And we are live. Welcome to the show, guys. I'm just checking right now that we are really live. Something in me is telling me that we are live, but I want to make sure. The pigeons are flying very slow between... here we go. The pigeons have arrived with the message. So welcome, guys. We are live. We're going to be doing an interesting You Mingle episode today. But until then, I'm going to do some arts and crafts. So while I'm doing arts and crafts, I want you to watch a very interesting development about what's happening between Turkey and Israel. Alright, guys, let me explain to you exactly what is happening between Israel and Turkey. So you stop listening to all the nonsense coming from all kind of influencers that have no idea what they're talking about. Turkey has been threatening to invade Israel for quite some time now, literally to destroy it, starting from their prime minister all the way to officials in their government. Turkey is right now occupying areas in Syria that are 50 times larger than the areas that Israel is holding in Syria. Turkey just had a secret meeting with Saudi Arabia and Pakistan regarding attacking Israel, plotting all together to try to frame it as if Israel attacked us. But we know what happened. Muslim countries will come and try to surprise Israel. Israel will usually hear about it before and go and surprise them as they're coming to destroy Israel. And they just want to have an insurance kind of policy. Listen, guys, we're going to try to attack them. We know what's going to happen. They're going to surprise us. So when they do and they hit us hard, we're not going to be left alone, right? You're not going to leave us with our pants down. We're all going to join in. And they all say, yes, we're going to join in. Meanwhile, Turkey has been caught trying to build a secret air base inside of Syria that is less than 200 miles from Israel. That's about 2 to 3 hours drive with a car, let alone with an airplane. So Israel waited for the Turkish soldiers to get out of this base and went and bombed the airstrip, sent a message to Turkey. Stop it. We know what you're doing. Don't you even dare. And all of a sudden, they're all going, oh my God, Israel is a warmonger. Israel is trying to attack us. Genocide. All such a typical Arab, Middle Eastern, Muslim thing to do. You come and you try to attack a country, you threaten them to destroy them, you start taking actions to do that, and when they come and tell you to stop, all of a sudden, they're genocidal, they're bad, yada, 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 yada. So guys, this is exactly what's happening. Oh, and one last thing, please. Can someone please remind Tom Barak that he is the U.S. ambassador to Turkey, not the Turkish ambassador to the U.S., just a minor thing.
Are you confident in saying, or actually, are you confident that Israel has no intention to annex Lebanese territory or won't annex any Lebanese territory? Or that there is still that possibility that you're obviously against, that their intention may be maintaining the status quo for 10 years, and then after 10 years' time, as they've done before, they start talking about annexing the territory. Is that a genuine concern?
All right, guys, you know what? There's a lot of things that you can say about me. I'm messy. I'm not very good with administration stuff. I know that. I don't remember names. But one thing I know that I have, and that is a keen sense to reading people. It helped me. It literally saved my life. Not once, not twice. I've been saying from the beginning, Tom Barak is a problem. Tom Barak is the problem in the Middle East. He's the boogeyman. He's the Baba Yoga, only the bad guy of Baba Yoga. He's the Epstein file that is still hiding in the Middle East and doing a lot of mess behind the scenes. And now, the wolf came out of the sheep flocks and revealed to us that he's the wolf. In the next video, he is literally saying that the reason there's no peace with Lebanon is because Hezbollah and Iran are left out of the negotiation table. And he's even saying that they are the most relevant and important player in order to achieve peace with Lebanon. I think he got confused. He is the U.S. ambassador to Turkey, not the Turkish ambassador to the U.S., but it seems to be like he's a mouthpiece of the Muslim Brotherhood on steroids. So let's watch it and just hear from his own mouth, because this is one of the first time that he's actually coming out finally and revealing this guy has been hiding a lot behind the scene. And I also want you to remember, while you're looking at him, just have in your mind the chain of emails. I think there was like 500 times that he was mentioned in the Epstein files. The chain of emails that he had between Jeffrey Epstein, where they were sending each other pictures of children and saying that you're my role model, and even asking one another, send me a picture of a child, you and a child, make me smile. When Jeffrey Epstein asks you that, he's not asking you because you have cute children. We all know what they did in that island. So let's just watch it together and talk about it.
Explain to you exactly what is happening between Israel and Turkey in Syria. You know what's going to happen? Syria, you know what your Middle Eastern, all of a sudden, guys, this is exactly what's happening. It's just a minor thing.
Are you confident in saying, or actually, are you confident that Israel has no intention to annex Lebanese territory or won't annex any Lebanese territory? Or that there is still that possibility that you're obviously against, that their intention may be maintaining the status quo for 10 years, and then after 10 years' time, as they've done before, they start talking about annexing the territory. Is that a genuine concern?
I'll tell you what my belief is, and the Israelis are so smart. So I think they look and say, what are the odds of that happening? It's not very good. No matter what they want to do, right, in the long run, I think they're looking and saying that's probably unlikely that anybody is going to allow us to do that. America's support is waning. Even the young Democrats are coming against them. President Trump has drawn a line of
Wait. Have you noticed how he's very sleazy? So you have to listen to all the nuances between his words. Even the young Democrats. When were the young Democrats on our side? Even the young Democrats. It's not even the young Democrats. It's even the young Republicans. And that is their goal. Their goal is to bring as many of young Americans to start hating Israel. And he already said that before. He said it in another interview, that the reason that America should side with Islam is because there's several billions of them. And do we really want to be hated by them? So he is coming and saying we should start appeasing to Islam worldwide, playing by their music, so they will be our friends when they take over. So that's the kind of guy that when you watch the movie Sparta or 300, the people that stayed behind while everybody went to war and were trying to do political things behind to make their country surrender in order to appease for the enemy, because they already gave up. So that's the kind of traitors that you have among you that will slowly make you weak from inside and make you surrender. So when the takeover will happen over your country, thank God that they weren't Tom Barak when the Templars of Malta, the Hospitallers, went and defeated the Ottoman Empire, basically stopped them from conquering the Western civilization. Thank God that when Christianity was fighting in Islam, there wasn't Tom Barak. And thank God that there weren't Tom Barak when they were fighting Nazi Germany. And now there is a battle of civilization. And I just want you to have that in the back of your mind as we keep hearing.
Attempting to go moderation. October 27th, this election will be over. No matter what, you're going to have a different setting. So I just think that regardless of what their intent may be now, they know that that's not likely. Now, saying that, in the Golan with Syria, they still occupy the Golan against the UN resolutions, against all of the international order, which has said the Golan is Syria's. So how long
Listen to this,
these
guys.
incursions go on until the temperature comes down? So I don't think I'm not in trying to direct from the Syria and Iraq and helping as much as I can on the edges of Lebanon. The problem is you don't have the people who can make a decision at the table.
Now, listen to
People
this.
who can make a decision are Hezbollah and Iran.
Here you go.
So you can have as many Lebanese at the table as you want. They all want this to go away. How is it going to go away if you don't have Hezbollah and Iran involved? And that's what I think the negotiating team is attempting to do. So you have a little negotiation going on over here. What's the other?
He just discarded the Lebanese people from the table. The Lebanese people want to have peace with Israel. We're talking the Christians, the Druze, the Sunnah, some of them, the Shia, obviously they don't. But the Lebanese people, they want to have peace with Israel. The Israeli people want to have peace with Lebanon. The only ones who don't want to have peace with Israel is the Hezbollah and Iran, which are trying to take control over Lebanon. Now he's coming and saying they are the most relevant ones. You need to bring them to the table. What kind of fairy tale land is he living in that you think, okay, let's have Hezbollah and Iran sit here, guys? And why should Hezbollah and Iran? That's like he's pointing out the problem as if the solution. It's as if America want to have peace right now with Mexico, and Japan is controlling over America against their will, or Nazi Germany, and people come and say, guys, listen, let's bring Nazi Germany to sit here and talk with them. No, what are you bringing them? Kick them out of here. They're not related. They're not related to this negotiation. They are the problem. But he's coming and trying to promote that narrative. Don't dismantle Hezbollah. Don't defeat Iran. Keep them as a player. Now, we all know what Hezbollah and Iran want to do. We all know that what they're doing. We all know that this, honestly, the solution is to kick them out, destroy them, and get them completely out of the picture. It feels to me like slowly, his bad advice is going to start wearing on Donald Trump. Because when your advice is complete cow poop, like complete, it stinks, it's disgusting, it's bad. Doesn't matter how you try to hide it, it's just a bad advice. Jihad is bad. Radical Islam is bad. Islamist governments and regimes are bad. Muslim Brotherhood is bad. Turkey is bad. Palestine is bad. Iran is bad. These countries are bad. They're just literally calling for what it is, guys. They're bad countries. They're doing bad stuff. And as much as you try to paint it, it's just not going to work. So sooner or later, the question is, will Trump wake up before his cadency is over? Or will he be dragged and fooled until he's off office? And then the next one, like they're hoping, will be much more sympathizing to the Muslim world. Because right now, the only one that can flip on them is Donald Trump. Let's be honest. Democrats, they will probably give them money to build another nuclear program. And from what we've seen, this administration have done way more than any other administration before when it comes to actually calling out the bad guys and trying to deal with them. And they did a lot of weird stuff. But it's probably the only one that can wake up on them and tell them, what are you doing?
The problem, there's nobody better. I'm telling you, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, no matter how much criticism they get.
The Epstein gang.
On JD Vance, these guys are doing the best job they possibly can in negotiating with Iran. And what we've learned is
the best job. Let's remember for a second, which negotiation was that? The one that they offered Iran that they will keep the Strait of Hormuz, that they will get paid $300 billion, that they will keep massacring and you know, executing and exterminating their own people and oppressing them, that Hezbollah will keep their terrorist proxies in Lebanon and will not be disarmed, and Lebanon will forever be a hostage for Hezbollah. That was the deal that J.D. Vance tried to broker. They actually told him that's what we want. He said yes. And even that they went and broke. So that was like, it's like a Guinness record of one of the worst deals ever in the history of geopolitics. Like one of the worst ones. And it's so funny that it was one of the worst ones because everybody around said this is a terrible deal. So it's not like you went, guys, I tried. There was no one around. Like literally everyone's holding signs. It's a stupid deal. Oh, and America will force Iran to buy soy milk and make tofu Starbucks. That was like the deal, guys. So everybody's saying, guys, this is a stupid deal. And they went with that. And he's saying, yeah, they're doing a great deal.
That negotiation is not like most it's not going to lead to an event. It's not going to lead to a Saturday afternoon where Mario can get on and say, great, it's done. Here we have 14 points. Those 14 points are actually concluded. And now we can go home and go to sleep. It's not the way Iran operates. So what Iran is doing is saying, by the way, Lebanon is ours. They're saying, okay, so maybe you have 4.5 million people in Lebanon. If you really did a census, there hasn't been a census since 1938. The way Iran is looking at it, saying Hezbollah is at least 40%, Hezbollah meaning the Shia, not Hezbollah, but the Shias. You have
slip of tongue. Slip of tongue. Slip of tongue. Hezbollah is 40% of Iran. Slip of tongue.
You have 1.5 million or so Syrians, and then you have a smattering of Maronites left, and then you have the Sunnis. They've never had a Mediterranean port. So Lebanon and Hezbollah, and the power that Hezbollah has for little Lebanon sitting where it is, Iran has tried to include that in the global discussion and negotiation of Epic Fury, saying, let's include that. And Lebanon has said, please, please don't include us in that discussion, because should you be successful, it'll be clear that we are subservient to Iran, which we don't want to do. So again, going back to this Rubik's Cube, you have this mini Rubik's Cube.
So can you hear me?
Negotiating team.
Yes. The
The
video,
video volumes on YouTube are low. Yeah, the video, just the video files.
All right, let's see.
To move the pieces around, which is going to take time, and it's going to take money, and it's going to take resources. And Lebanon is different than these other, in Iraq, you can have these discussions, and Iraq probably has the largest fossil fuel deposits in the world. I mean, you can measure Iran gas and oil against their gas and oil, the gas field in Iraq against the Qatari gas
What
field.
is he babbling about right
So
now?
the resource base is huge. If they fight their way out of this, Iraq has a future. Syria, the same. Syria has fossil fuels. It has a tapestry. It has a trading hub. It can be a corridor. Little Lebanon has to exist on security, on transparency, on banking, on finance, on the brilliance of the people, on the heart of the people, on hospitality of the people, on a safe,
Yeah, like Israel.
old civilization where Arabs, Jews, Christians can feel comfortable. So it's so complicated.
Yeah.
So I don't have the answer. I don't think
So he's coming and saying that Lebanon is basically like Israel. For Lebanon to actually exist, they need to cultivate the genius of its own people, the quality of their people. And then he says, yeah, and the ones that should be added to that table are the ones that want to exterminate and silence these people there, Hezbollah and the Shiites and Sunni and Iran. That's why this guy is not clear. And have you noticed that the people that he mentioned, Jared Kushner, the other guy, and J.D. Vance, their dream team, he did not mention Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio is probably not going along his plan, because when Marco Rubio went to Lebanon, he came back with a good deal. Hezbollah is out. We don't want to hear you. Iran, get the F out of here. Christians, sit with the Jews, make peace. Muslims, get along. You don't like it, get out. That was like basically how Marco Rubio handled the things there. And all of a sudden, you had a real progress. You had the Israelis, mostly, like I said, Christians and Jews, sitting together and saying, let's have peace. And then the Muslims, who are right now getting their kaupu beat up out of them, right, left, and center. So the senseless ones around them are like, this is not good for us, like the Sunnis. It's surprising, by the way. A lot of people think that the Sunnis are the moderates, but if you look at the history of Islam, the Sunnis are way, way more radical and religious and orthodox, sticking to the letter, than the Shiites. The Shiites were actually considered the spiritual one. It just happened to be right now in this era. So if you're born now, you think this is the case, that the Shiites are the extreme ones. But actually in the history, it was mostly the Sunnah, the extreme ones. But back to Lebanon. In Lebanon, the Sunnas, there's 50% of them that want to have peace, probably more. They're just too afraid to talk. And the ones that don't want to have peace are the Shiites. So he will not call the problem. And that's the problem we have with these kind of sleazy snakes.
very good question. My personal belief is Israel does not want to take over Lebanon. That's not what's happening. President
Finally,
Trump has
something.
drawn a line of attempting to go moderation. October 27th, this election will be over. No matter what, you're going to have a different say. So I just think that regardless of what their intent may be now, they know that that's not likely. Now, saying that, in the Golan with Syria, they still occupy the Golan against the UN resolutions, against all of the international order, which has said the Golan is Syria's. So how long do these incursions go on? Until the temperature comes down. So I don't think, I'm not in trying to direct from the Syria and Iraq and helping as much as I.
Have you noticed how he is not talking about the most important thing? Syria used to be a Christian country. Syria was hijacked by Islam, taken over, and Christians basically completely got exterminated there. There are like barely any Christians living there. It was a Christian nation. Then Syria had another transformation where Islam failed in Syria in the form of Bashar al-Assad, you know, the butcher of Damascus, and just went and killed his own people. And he was just too pathetic and weak to kill other nations because Israel beat the crap out of him. So he just took his frustration, beat up his own family. Then he fails in collapse. And with the help of Turkey, who takes over Syria again? Another more radical failing version of Islam. Only this time is Salafi Sunnah. At least Bashar al-Assad didn't care what you put in your mouth. These guys are completely extreme. They're eradicating the school system. You're not allowed to study English anymore. You're not allowed to sing ABC because it's like language of the infidels. They're going around beheading Christians, Alawite, Druze, and stealing their women and shouting Allahu Akbar Takbir. Their officer academy is going around saying, we're going to come for you, Jew. We're going to bathe in the bloods of the Jews in the streets of Jerusalem. That is how crazy Syria is. And that is what Tom Barak is supporting. And then he goes and he betrays the Kurds, completely do the red wedding. Tom Barak pulled a little finger on Ned Stark. Ned Stark right now is the Kurds. And Tom Barak went and did a little finger. He told them, we're with you, and then pulled a red wedding on them, and they got slaughtered. They got their women thrown out of rooftops, cut their head by jihadists who went and paraded. I just violated this Kurdish woman and killed her. And they were going in the streets and humiliating these women and shooting them in the streets. That is, guys, the blood on the hands of Tom Barak. And that is the guy right now that is trying to convince you that Israel is a problem. Israel, give back the Golan Heights. Give it to who? You know what will happen to the Druze living in the Golan Heights if it would be given back to Syria? They will be slaughtered. That's like giving land to the Gazans. When will we stop with this silly game? You should never give land to Muslims. Never. The only land that Muslim actually belongs to is Saudi Arabia. That's the only land. Everything, that's where they actually chose to convert to Islam. They were running naked around a stone with 360 gods. Then they destroyed the statue, said, okay, we believe in one God, Allah, Elah, you know, Baal, whatever you want. And then they went and copied a lot of things from religions and created a religion that was fitted for warlords who wanted to go and take as many women sex slave and get money without working by killing other men and stealing. So basically that was, I just explained to you right now, Islam. And then they went and they forced conversion out of Saudi Arabia. So anywhere that Islam is out of Saudi Arabia, they should go back. Get out of here. Stop exterminating other religions. Stop exterminating. Don't give them land. And that is how crazy that is. Anyway, guys, we're going to do today, You Mingle. And for that, what I'm thinking of doing is maybe I'll go with the keffiyeh. What do you guys think? I'll take the red keffiyeh this time. Another one that was given to me by my grandfather. And what I think is I probably need to improve the art on my latest hat, right? So you can see it's a watermelon. Because if they see Ezra and Zion, it might like immediately. I'm not famous enough to be right now pointed out, but at least not give it away. So let's make the watermelon clear. And then we can go, because last time we did it, surprise, it was pretty wild. And they say crazy, stupid stuff, the pro-Palestinians in general, especially if they're Muslims from the Middle East. They're not trying to like make you believe that they're moderate, so they just go full on with a knife. There was a guy that came with a knife on the show and started talking nonsense. So that was the crazy things about that. And I think we probably should take down the flag. Maybe. You should always have respect to the flags of your country. That's one thing that I've learned, and I always super appreciate when I see people that show respect to their flag. In general, we are growing in a very ungrateful generation where they love to hate their own countries, but then they go and sit in Starbucks and, you know, have shaved hair and the LGBTQs and I don't know what, not realizing that in most parts of the world they will be killed for so many things. For being gay, for being straight, for being liberal, for having a haircut. There's places that you get killed for having a different haircut. There's places in Iran you can get tortured, sexually violated, and possibly even hanged for not covering your hair. So people forget to appreciate where they're living and the things that their countries have given them. And that's another problem. Marhaba.
Morning.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
Living in Egypt.
Yeah, I'm from Egypt.
Are you now in Egypt? Is that a
Yeah.
nice design behind your room?
Yeah, this is my room, yeah?
Ah, wow. This looks like a quite a fancy room.
Yeah.
Is it yours or your sister's?
La, this is my room.
Ah, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Pink.
For me. La, not pink.
Then what is it?
Baby blue.
Ah, baby blue. All right. Fantastic, fantastic. I thought it was pink. I guess the filter here in the camera.
Are you from Germany or Palestine?
I'm from Palestine originally, but
Yeah.
I'm living right now in Germany. What's your thoughts
don't-
about
You don't speak Arabic?
بحكي عربي ما بديت معك احكي في
طب
العربي
ما تحكي عربي يا عم في ايه؟
لا بس خلينا نحكي في الانجليزي عشان عم بعمل ستريم هنا وبدي الناس في العالم يسمعونا فاهم
يعني دلوقتي احنا ونستريم
احنا في ستريم في لايف
اون كيك
no maybe yes I don't remember I think I actually have a link in my OBS to Kick as well I'll send you the link later
اوكي
hey how do people in Egypt think about Palestine what do they think about us
لا طب ترجم بالعربي عشان انا ايه كده الانجليش هيضيع.
try in English and if not I'll translate but you have a good English by the way don't be shy
اوكي.
do people in Egypt like the Palestinians
Yeah. يعني that's normal in Egypt.
okay
I have a flag Palestine.
really
Yeah. Wait a minute. He's here بس I'm not remember.
عم اهلك
على فكرة أنا مش فاكر هو أنا حطيته فين. هو كان معايا في السعودية ونزلت
I
بيه.
believe you man even if you don't find it I believe you
لا. طب ده علم مصر.
you have a flag of Masr and what do people in Egypt gee that's a big flag man
Yeah. I'm buying in Morocco.
did you put it out when you were playing against Argentina in the World Cup
Yeah.
that was a crazy game what was your
That's
thought
awesome.
about the game
Yeah, I'm crying in this day.
you cried in that day
Yeah.
listen a lot of respect I mean to get there most countries don't even get there so you guys got quite high that's already a lot of respect
ماشي احنا عملنا ماتش كويس بس خلاص كنا قريبين
yeah
يعني بس not يعني the match is not fair. Not fair خالص.
I'm in Germany. How's your day?
my day is good how was your day
I'm trying to be better. Thanks.
are you from Egypt
Yeah, I'm from Egypt. Well,
you have good English man
Yeah, well, I'm sorry.
you have very good English I'm from Palestine
Nice people. I love Palestine.
yeah you like the Palestinians
I love Palestinians. I have two friends from Palestine. From this education, exactly. But they are nice people, actually.
yeah that's good let me
Okay, I'm here.
no go what were you about to say
Okay, so I was using this application to improve my English because of my work. I work as a freelancer.
mm-hmm.
So I was just having a chat, normal, custom chat, and this application for that. So
you have very good English hey what's your thoughts about as an Egyptian about Israel
what exactly possible?
come again
Come again. You can.
what do you guys think about Israel we have the Palestine and the Israel conflict what do you guys feel about that
Okay. First of all, as an Egyptian, as one for me, I'm not talking about the country.
mm-hmm.
First of all, for Israel, it's wrong to just think just for just having the whole country for them. without just take a minute for just thinking for the child's and babies this. So I don't think that they have responsibility for just thinking about these people. They're just thinking about I don't know how to say. You speak Arabic, right?
بحكي عربي
Okay, so هما ما بيفكروش في موضوع السياسة. هما بيفكروا بس في السياسة والدولة وكل الكلام ده، لكن مش مش بيفكروا بالأرواح اللي بتروح، يعني سواء أطفال سواء
So you
ناس.
think the Israelis should help more the children of Gaza?
Yeah, I guess.
How should the Israelis help the children of Gaza?
No. They just I'm not.
ده انا عايز احفظها 20 مره عشان
السلام عليكم.
عليكم السلام.
ده بقى كان عايز اخويا اتكلم معاه.
ده مصري ده.
ايوه
عصبي.
بيتكلم الماني.
Are you from Egypt?
انت مصري؟
لا أنا فلسطيني. I'm from Palestine. Yeah?
واحد
What?
اخواتنا فلسطين.
Do you speak English?
A little.
Little. So you're saying that we are one?
One.
Like we're together? No, Palestine and Egypt. Not you.
دماغك وحشه.
Not the two of you. لا 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 لا. Let me ask you a question. When the war happened between Palestine and Israel, why is Egypt not allowing Palestinians to go to Egypt?
تتكلم معايا عربي؟ يعني ليه مصر مش عايزه فلسطين يجوا مصر؟ علشان لو الفلسطينيين جم مصر.
انت بتفهمنا بالعربي صح؟
Yes, احكوا في العربي وانا بجرب افهمكم.
ماشي. الفلسطينيين لو جم مصر فلسطين هتفضل صح؟
So the فلسطينيين فاتوا على مصر فضلت فلسطين.
صح؟ فايه اللي هيحصل بقى؟
اسرائيل هتضرب سينا.
لا مش هتضرب
اسمعني. لا
هي هيجيبوا مثلا في سينا هيجيبوا الناس. لا اهدى.
انا عارف
هيجيبوا الناس في سينا صح؟ هتقوم اسرائيل هي عايزه تعمل ايه؟ هي عايزه تحتل الاراضي الفلسطينيه. فخلاص هتاخد الاراضي الفلسطينيه فاهم؟ تبدا بقى ايه؟ تحتل الاراضي الفلسطينيه وبعدين يبداوا يخشوا على سينا. لكن المفروض بقى ان احنا نقف مع بعض ان احنا ايه؟ ما نخليهمش يعدوا.
طب خليني اسالك سؤال كده، انا فاهم عليك. طب خلوا الشباب والاسلام يظلوا هناك ويحاربوا، بس ليش النسوان والولاد مش عم تاخذوهن؟
على فكره في فلسطينيين كتير في مصر. لا والله كتير جدا.
مغلب النسوان والاطفال ما خلوهن يطلعوا من فلسطين.
طب انا هقول لك حاجه، انت عندك حق مثلا. طب تعالى بقى نتكلم عادي كناس عاديه. دلوقتي احنا لو اخدنا كل الستات والاطفال اللي هناك صح؟ عددكم انتوا هناك هيحصل ايه فيه؟ مش هيقل. مش في ناس بتموت في الحرب وناس ايه، لكن الستات اللي هناك والاطفال اللي هناك، مش الاطفال دول مصيرهم يكبروا صح وهيحاربوا مكان الناس الكبيره، عشان
الفكره يعني يظلوا هناك يكبروا عشان يقدروا يحاربوا.
بالظبط. لكن احنا لو اخدنا كل اللي هناك ده مين هيحارب كده هناك؟ ما اللي هيخلص خلاص مش هيقطع فاهم.
طيب خليني اسالك اخر سؤال كده. احنا هون هسه عم نحارب مع اليهود، نحارب مع اسرائيل، ولا شيء عم بيصير، عم بيغلبوا هن، عم بيربحوا هن، احنا عم نخسر وعم نموت. كيف بده يتغير هذا الوضع؟ يعني كيف؟ شو بده يتغير؟ فاهم علي؟ نضلنا نموت وما كيف بدنا نقدر نربح؟
هي كده
مش ضدكم بس السؤال هذا، بدي اسال يعني سؤال يعني بصراحه.
انا برايي المفروض الوطن العربي كله يتشارك مع بعض. كده انا شايف ان مصر عامله اللي عليها بزياده،
لكن العالم العربي لازم يجوا مع بعض.
بالظبط. ما ينفعش حد واحد.
وحسب رايك هذا ممكن يصير؟ يعني
ممكن يصير بس بقى ترجع بقى للدول العربيه.
وحاجه تانية، هي اصلا في الدين ان لا تقوم الساعه حتى ترجع ارض المقدس لاهلها
صح.
يعني انت اسرائيل احتلت فلسطين مرتين تقريبا، ودي تقريبا دي الثالثه على مر الزمن. فكده اسرائيل هينتهوا عاجلا ام اجلا، دلوقتي بعدين كده فلسطين هترجع للفلسطينيين. بيت المقدس هيرجع للفلسطينيين، كل فلسطين هترجع عامة.
وشو بده يصير مع
الاقتصاد
اليهود اللي ساكنين هناك
اللي ساكنين فين؟
في اسرائيل في فلسطين؟ شو بده يصير معاهم؟
لا، دي بقى بتاعت ربنا بقى.
نعم.
ما انت اقول لك حاجه، انت عارف اسرائيل ايه اللي مخليها ثابته مثلا؟
شو؟
دعمها، اللي هو الدعم اللي بيجي من بره. تمام.
المصاري من امريكا واوروبا يعني قصدك؟
احنا بقى احنا كمصريين، انا شايف ان مصر هي بتدعم فلسطين، لكن بقى بقيه الوطن العربي انا شايف ان هم مش بيدعم. اصلا انت في مشاكل كتيره قوي يعني في الوطن العربي، وحروب ومشاكل، فاهم؟ ما انت خلي بالك، انت دلوقتي مش انت لوحدك اللي في عندك مشاكل، فاهم؟ كل الوطن العربي بقى فيه مشاكل وضرب نار وحوارات ومشاكل. بس ده برضه يرجع لسبب مصر ما خلتش امريكا تخش مصر، لكن الوطن العربي خلى امريكا تعمل.
مصر ما خلت امريكا تخش بمصر
عشان
ما خلتهاش تعمل قواعد أمريكية
بالظبط.
موجودة في مصر نهائيا. ما فيش ولا قاعدة أمريكية. إنما عندك في السعودية، في كل حتة في السعودية، في الإمارات، في قطر، في الكويت تقريبا، في البحرين، في الوطن، في شبه الجزيرة عامة، كل حتة فيه قاعدة أمريكية. ديت اللي مش موجودة عندنا في مصر. مفيش ولا قاعدة. إن هم حرفيا ماسكين الوطن، ماسكين شبه الجزيرة بسبب
طب
موضوع
ليش ليش دول عربية عم بيقابلوا الامريكان، عم بيقابلوا المسيح، بفوتوه لعندنا، بيعملوا معاه انشراك، بخلينا يعمروا هناك؟ ليش يعني مصر موقفة؟ مصر قالت لا، بس ليش الباقي بيقبلوا؟
دي بقى مش عارف الصراحة.
ديت مهزلة حكام وأمراء بتوع الدول. يعني دي بتبقى منهم هم. واحد
نعم.
بدأ بيجر الباقي. واحد بدأ من مين اللي كان أمير فهد تقريبا، الملك فهد، هو اللي كان بتاع السعودية، هو تقريبا
الصراحة
في عهده. تقريبا أمريكا عملت قواعد في عهده تقريبا.
لا، دي أنا مش عارف الصراحة.
تقريبا الملك فهد من ساعتها بقى، بدأت بقى إيه، أمريكا تلعب على حتة إن هي تعمل قواعد أمريكية تحمي إن هي بتفهم الوطن العربي إن هي حامياها. هي ولا حماية ولا حاجة. هي كل اللي عاملاها هدفها إن هي تخلي إسرائيل توصل لهدفها، لإسرائيل الكبرى اللي هي عايزة تاخد نص مصر بشبه الجزيرة، بتركيا، الحتت دي كلها. ده هدف إسرائيل اللي هم نفسهم يوصلوا له، ياخدوا نص مصر من الجزيرة الشرقية لحد تركيا.
طب ليش إن رجعوا سيناء اللي من أخذوها لكلها؟
لما في الحرب كانت معاهدة سلام. مش عارف انا الصراحه دي ما قريتش عنها
بقول لك
خالص.
هاتف مفتاحها عندك.
ما قريتش عنها، بس ديت معاهده سلام حصلت، السادات عملها ما بينه وما بين الرئيس بتاع امريكا في ساعتها. يعني ان ايه، قول له ما فيش حد قول له مفيش حد يطلع عادي. فهي سينا رجعت في سنه 73. رجعت بقى بمعاهده ان هي كانت برضو مع الاسرائيليين كانوا عاملين خط بارليف على قناه السويس كامله. الخط ده اتهدم ودخلنا وانتصرنا عليهم لا بس اقول لك حاجه، لا صح، انا افتكرت احنا معاهده السلام ديت اتعملت عشان ناخد طابه. احنا كسبنا، هزمنا اسرائيل واخدنا سينا ما عدا طابه. طابه دي بقى اللي اتعمل فيها معاهده سلام عشان نرجع ناخدها.
لا إسرائيل أخذت كل سينا، إسرائيل أخذت كل سينا وبعدين رجعتها. كلها أخذتها كلها وبعدين رجعتها عشان السلام. هذا كان الاتفاق معاه، نعطيكم خذوا سيناء وخلونا سلام، وبعدين مصر قالت لهم انتوا خذوا غزه. فاهم؟ هون بدت البهدله، بدل ما قالوا لنا يجيبوا لنا غزه كمان، قالوا خلوه معاكم غزه. اذا كانوا طلبوا غزه كان شكل غير.
خير ان شاء الله. يعني
شو بتفكروا على امريكا؟ انتوا بتحبوا امريكا ولا لا؟ ليش لا؟
ده في امريكا؟
لا، ده فلسطيني
قاعد في المانيا. بيتكلم عن القضيه الفلسطينيه يعني.
طب حلو. السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام.
كيف حالك أخوي؟
مرحبا، شو الاحوال؟
بيك الحمد لله. اخبارك؟
قولوا لي شو افكاركم انتم على امريكا؟
افكارنا على امريكا، كنت دارس قاري على امريكا كثير، كنت بفكر اروح هناك.
كنت تروح لامريكا؟
تفكر لحد دلوقتي لسه، بس خلص الشهادة واخدها. أمريكا اللي بسمع عنه في مشكلة، اللي هو أكبر مشكلة الواحد بيواجهها لما يجي يسافر، حوار الأمان والأسلحة الكتير اللي بتتباع غير ترخيص، أو ممكن تخش أي سوبر ماركت تشتريها.
مش فاهم قصده، هو بيتكلم عن حرب، على فكرة أمريكا.
حرب ولا أمريكا كعيش؟
بيتكلم على أمريكا، على اللي هي بتعمله، أنت اللي هي بتعمله مع إسرائيل
كان في اتغير. تمام، معلش السؤال الفهم ده خلينا نعرف. أمريكا تتكلم عن الحرب. طيب ابدأ الحوار أنت كده بسؤال وأنا أرد عليك لو عارف.
بتحبوهن الامريكا في مصر؟ بحبوهن، بكرهوهن، ما بدهن اياهن، بدهن علاقه معاهن، ما بدهن علاقه معاهن؟ شو يعني؟ كيف انت بتتفرجوا على امريكا؟
بينهم أنت بتحب أمريكا كأمريكا؟
لا،
محدش بيحب أمريكا كأمريكا، ولا رئيسها ولا أي حد في دول.
هو ترامب ده أصلا رئيس.
ليش بتحبوهنش؟
ما بنحبهاش ليه؟
دولة
بعيدا عن الدولة، إن فكرة إن هي أصلا ده عمل إسرائيل دي لحد ذاتها بالنسبة للمصريين تقفل الموضوع قطعيا كبداية يعني.
اوكي، وشو مع اسرائيل مع اليهود؟ ممكن يكون سلام معاهن
بيننا إحنا وإسرائيل؟ والله اللي أعرفه إن إحنا عندنا هنا في مصر الولد أول ما يتولد بيبقى بيفطموه على حاجة معينة، إن إسرائيل العدو الأول والأخير لينا في مصر مهما كان أي حاجة يعني.
وهذا منيح ولا مش منيح؟
ده يعتبر منيح، ولكن أصل متوقعش إن في واحد مصري أصيل أو من أب وجد مصريين هيبقى حارب إسرائيل أو اليهود بفكرة عامة.
اليهود عدو الوطن، عدو العرب عامة من زمان، من قبل ما يكون أصلا في حاجة، إن هم خلفوا العهد زمان معانا.
طيب اذا
من ساعة
بتفرجوا
ما
لسه،
محدش
اذا
حبهم.
بتفرجوا لسه على الدين وتاريخ، بتشوفوا انه المسيح كان عدو اكبر من اليهود. مغلب الحروب بين الاسلام كان مع المسيح. اليهود هن خسروا في البدايه يعني تعرف، بعدين بدا مع العثمان ضد اوروبا ضد المسيح، هذا كان مغلب الحرب. اذا في اليوم كره لليهود هيك، ليش في هذا الكره للمسيح؟
ليش في الكره للمسيح؟
ليش في انه تقولوا اذا اليهود هو عدو، ليش المسيح مش عدو؟
انت اكيد دارس، هات البيت بتاعي. انت اكيد دارس وعارف الفرق بين اليهود والنصارى صح؟
قل لي شو الفرق؟
وعلى مر الحروب اللي حصلت بيننا وعلى ما الى ذلك.
شو الفرق؟
وايه شو الفرق؟ انت تقدر تقول لي ايه الفرق بين اليهود والمسيح من وجهة نظرك انت كالنصرانية واليهودية؟
اللي من الإسلام كان بده يستيسر على أوروبا، اللي وقفوه هذا كان المسيح مش اليهود، هن اللي غلبوا عليهن، صح؟
انت اسمك ايه بس مبدئيا؟
أنا اسمي منصور، شو اسمك أنت؟
انا احمد. اهلا وسهلا استاذ منصور.
هلا فيك.
اهلا وسهلا. انا كنت اشوف مسيح انا بس عشان اعرف بس النقاش هيدور ازاي، بس هو دخل مقارنة بدل اليهود، ان هو بدأ الحوار بين المصريين بالامريكان واليهود، بعد كده دخلها في النصارى. انا بحاول استوعب، بحاول اشبك بس اعمل داتا.
لا، ما أنا بقول ليش أنا بقول هيك. اليوم الكل عم بيتفرجوا فلسطين إسرائيل فلسطين إسرائيل، طب هذا هيك صغير. إذا بتفرجوا برا في التاريخ، تفرجوا لورا، الأمة المسلمية اللي من كبرت وكبرت وكبرت وكانت عظيمة، مين وقفها؟
اتوقع النصرانية.
هن غلبوا،
لان هم كانوا اكيد اقوى من اليهود على وقتها.
صح بكثير. اليهود كانوا هيك صغار، هن راحوا يستيسروا على اسبانيا وراحوا لحد المغرب وفاتوا اخذوا واجوا وقفوا بعدين بده يخسروا. نعم،
وصلوا لحد الاندلس.
صح وصلوا لحد الاندلس.
بعد كده الاندلس اتخذت الثاني.
لكن مين وقفهن؟
كانوا
النصارى. هذا في التاريخ. طيب يا شباب، يلا خليني اقول لكم شيء هين.
تفضل.
وين هذا؟ انا عربي، وانا عربي اسرائيلي مش فلسطيني. فلسطين هذا كذب، خدعوا عليكم، كذبوا عليكم، فيش اشي منه فلسطين. وكل اللي موجود فلسطين هي من مصر ومن الاردن.
انت اسرائيلي؟
انا اسرائيلي.
طيب احكي لي بقى يلا عن بلدك وتاريخ جدودك الشرفاء، وازاي اسرائيل كانت دولة صاحبة ارض فعلا. احكي لي كده
طب
فهمني.
tell me who was before, Israel or Palestine?
لا كلمني بالعربي، انا بتكلم.
No, we're doing a stream here. We talked enough in Arabic. You guys said enough
كان
nonsense.
بيتكلم عربي ودلوقتي سبحان الله ما بيتكلمش عربي. كمل.
מדברים עברית?
هو كان اسمه بيقول اسمه ايه؟
מדבר
منصور.
עברית? Okay, that was a.
What's
I
your
mean,
name?
I would have
Israel?
continued, guys, but honestly, it was in Arabic, and I think it'll be boring for. Although it was a very interesting conversation, very eye-opening. Not eye-opening for me, but I don't know. But this. Hello.
I like your keffiyeh.
You like it? Why do you like it? What do you like about it?
The patterning. It's very pretty.
It's pretty cool, right? Do you have one?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. As a white woman, I feel like if I were to wear scarves, they would usually be like the fall, autumn white girl scarves, not those. I feel like I'm too boring for that scarf.
Too boring? Wow, with red hair? That would look very good.
You think so? Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll get one.
Interesting.
How are you?
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good. You're from Egypt?
I'm from Egypt, yeah. And Mansoura city.
Really? My name is Mansour.
Okay.
Here we go. Marhaba.
Mansoura.
You're from Mansoura?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I'm from Palestine.
طب فلسطيني أحسن ناس أحبكم جدا.
تعرف فلسطينيين؟ Do you know Palestinians?
أنا كنت مولود في الكويت، متربي هناك، فليا أصحاب فلسطينيين أصلا.
All right. Let's speak in English. I'm doing a stream, by the way, and I have people, and they keep asking me questions about Palestine, Israel, and everything in between.
يعني كده fucking إسرائيل يعني.
Why do you not like Israel?
Israel is not good يعني.
Why?
Kill people's فلسطين.
Sorry, what?
بيقتلوا الناس. Kill people.
They kill the Palestinians.
Yeah.
I want to ask you an honest question as an Egyptian. Okay? Why is Egypt not allowing Palestinians to come into Egypt? They're fighting, they're dying. Why are they not allowing them to enter Egypt?
أنا مش عارف أرد بالإنجليزي.
جرب.
يعني أنت بتقول لي مصر ما بتعملش.
مش عم بتخليهم يدخلوا لمصر، بخليهم يظلوا في غزة.
خايفين يحتلوا سيناء. خايفين إسرائيل تحتل سيناء.
So they're afraid that Israel will conquer Sinai.
Yeah.
So that's why they're not letting women and children from Egypt to come into مصر.
تقريبا يس. هم خايفين إن
أولاد وأطفال women and children man come on.
أنا عارف أنا فاهم قصدك. هم خايفين بقى من كده.
But we're talking about women and children. They're في الحرب. They're in the war.
الحرب اللي هم عملوه المفروض فاهم كلنا عرب فاهمني؟ كلنا عرب فالمفروض كلنا إيد واحدة.
Okay, so if you're saying we're all one hand, we're all Arabs, why are you not helping the women and children to come to Egypt to protect them?
أنا مش مع القرار ده بس هم بقى تفكيرهم كده. أنا مش بتكلم نيابة عنهم بس بقول لك هم تفكيرهم كده. بس أنا بحب فلسطين نفسي بجد.
You say بتحب فلسطين بتقول you say you love them, you say you love them. Why are you not taking their women and children to protect them?
هو صدقني لو القرار في إيدي أنا كنت فتحتها وخليت.
So you would take them.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you think is the solution with Israel? How can they solve the issue with Israel?
يعني أنا شايف إسرائيل إزاي؟
What is شو الحل مع إسرائيل? What is the solution? To kill them all. How?
اسأل أمريكا بقى.
No, they tried. في 7 أكتوبر they tried, right?
هم احتلوا سيناء أصلا قبل كده على فكرة.
في 7 أكتوبر they tried to kill them all. Right? But they didn't succeed. Why not?
ليه لما دخلوا سيناء؟
لما دخلوا في إسرائيل في 7 أكتوبر حماس جربوا يقتلوهن كلهن بس ما قدروا. ليش؟ Why?
في مساعدات. Who is
helping?
أمريكا.
So America stopped
Yeah.
the killing of all the Jews.
اسرائيل بنت امريكا. اسرائيل بنت امريكا. امريكا مام اسرائيل girl.
I have a question for you. We have now في أمريكا عندنا ممداني وعندنا عبدول. I think Abdul, his family from Egypt, right? The guy who...
عبدول اللي هو المصري ده.
Yes, yes.
راجل محترم.
Yes, when they will take over America, do you think America then will help Palestine to the Jews?
انت بتقول ان هم عايزين يقتلوا الراجل ده يعني؟
يكبروا بأمريكا وياخذوا أمريكا وبعدين أخرى 20 سنة 50 سنة مثلا راحوا يساعدوا ولا لا؟
هيساعدوا.
They're gonna help.
اسرائيل هيساعدوا الامريكان؟
أمريكا حتساعد فلسطين.
مستحيل.
أخرى 50 سنة عبدول وممداني وكل هذولا. ليش لا؟
ما اتوقعش ان امريكا تساعد اسرائيل، قصدي تساعد فلسطين. صعب. من كتر اليهود والصهاينه اللي ماسكين العالم، كل شركات العالم تبع اليهود.
بس المسلمين عم بيكبر هناك، الاسلام عم بيكبر. هياتوا اخذوا نيويورك. اخذوا نيويورك، عم بياخذوا ميشيغان، لا؟
ميشيغان في مظاهرات هناك ومشاكل كبيره.
وراحوا يربحوا في المظاهرات ولا ولا رايحين يخسروا؟
ممكن تقوم الساعه، الله اعلم.
تقوم الساعه.
احنا مسلمين وعارفين الساعه تقوم امتى، والعلامات كلها ظهرت يعني الصور، فالله اعلم الكبرى هتظهر امتى.
What kind of signs do you think needs to happen in order for this awakening to happen?
مش عارف، فهمتكش قوي.
مش مهم.
الانجليزي بتاعي ضعيف عشان بقالي كتير قوي ما.
Yeah, no, your English is okay. Your English is okay. Hey man, listen, have a great day. Thank you for the conversation.
Thanks brother. عايز اعمل لك فولو.
Yes. تعمل لي follow. Here, I'll give you a link to my video. Here.
Okay. انت قاعد في المانيا؟ اوكي، جرمانيا.
No, I'm actually from Israel. أنا إسرائيلي.
أنت إسرائيلي؟
أنا إسرائيلي حبيبي.
والله؟ بتتكلم عربي إزاي؟
عشان أنا بحكي عربي، في كثير عرب في إسرائيل.
بس أنا سامع إن في فلسطينيين بيشتغلوا في إسرائيل.
كانوا مليان. There used to be a lot of Palestinians that used to work in Israel. Now there's no.
إيه بقى الحل بقى في وقف الحرب؟
What?
إيه الحل في وقف الحرب؟
شو الحل؟
عايزين نوصل لحل. كل دول العالم عايزة توصل لحل. أنت عارف إن آخر 3-4 سنين الاحتباس الحراري زاد جدا. إحنا هنا في مصر بنعاني من الحرارة. جو it's very hot.
بس أنت قلت الحل هيك.
هو الحل كده؟
هيك أنت قلت.
ما وصلناش لحل سلمي.
أوكي.
لازم نوصل لحل سلمي.
Yeah. I'll explain to you for a second, guys, just to run you through what we went through here. It's important. Because I know I've been talking, I went full fauda on you guys, and like, you've been just listening Arabic. So this guy was saying that the solution is to kill all the Jews. And he said the only one that is stopping them from murdering all the Jews right now is America. That is a very important inside information that people in the West need to understand. Very important. When you see Abdul, when you see Mamdani, all these guys, this is the behind the scene of most people that vote for them, follow them, and I tell you what, also them, because that's the household they grew. What we saw right now is not a radical Muslim from Egypt. This is a mainstream common. That's like having people in LA that tells you that, tofu and vegan is a good thing and, animals' rights. Like, it's normal. It's normal for them to think that way. So that's number one. Number two, he's saying that maybe one day if Islam will take over America, he's not so optimistic that they will manage to do it because he thinks that the Jewish lobby is strong yet to prevent from Islam taking America. I want you to listen to this. He's saying that the Jewish lobby in America is still strong and it's preventing from Islam turning America to become full-on pro-Palestine in order for America to support genociding the Jews. Like, whoa, guys, like, if you read between the lines, that is, and I have my Lebanese friends here. If you think that I got anything wrong in the Arabic, please let me know if I missed something. But that's what I kind of was able to get from this conversation. That's number one. The conversation before was just a bunch of idiots, but it was kind of the same thing. So when I asked them, why are you not taking, they said, we love Palestinians. We love Palestinians. Why are you not taking any women and children? If you love us so much, I pretend to be Palestinian there for the sake of conversation. If you love us so much, why aren't you taking women or children? No, because, we're all one. We're all one. And it's like, okay, but protect the women and children. You just said that you're sad that they're getting murdered and killed. Take them, protect them. And then he said this, no. Because if we'll do that, we'll lose that land. We need you guys to stay there. Let that sink in. This has always been a religious battle over land. And that's what we in the Middle East are trying to shout to you, the Christians, the Jews. Guys, wake up. It's a religious war over land, over conquering the world. It's not what you think over all this silly stuff, capitalism, imperialism, feminism, whatever, nism word that you want to add to it. It's a religious war over the land. So they came and said, we want you guys to stay there even if you die, because you have a role to play. And the big role is that we go and annihilate Israel completely. So now you understand this whole game that is circling and how we have a saying in Hebrew, they're spinning you on the finger like a hat. Like you grab the hat and they're just spinning you on the finger as they're going around and talking and laughing at you. And you're just kind of woohoo, being silly. Going, yay, roller coaster, I support Palestine, woohoo, I'm an activist, spinning around, going like on a carousel while meanwhile they're chopping the tree that you're sitting on and spinning. That's how crazy that is. Let's keep going. Let's see which other interesting.
Not interesting at all.
You're not interesting?
I'm not.
All right.
I like your room.
You like it? Thank you. Do they speak Arabic in Algeria? بتحكوا عربي؟
أكيد نحكي عربي.
Do you speak English?
Yes, a little bit.
What do you think about Palestine?
I think it's forgotten.
And what do you think about Israel?
I think they are some pigs.
Pigs?
Pigs among humans.
All of the Israelis?
Not all. There is some good-hearted people I met here.
In Algeria, you met good Israelis?
No, in this side.
Which side?
This side here.
What do you mean this side? In Algeria or where?
This side, I mean in Omingal.
You met good Israelis here?
Yes.
And they're not pigs?
Like it's all about the mentality, like how they think.
So what make an Israeli a pig or not a pig? What's the different mentality that you will say this guy is good, this guy is a pig or a monkey? What will make the difference?
The difference is I will say it in Arabic.
Say it.
الإنسانية.
Being a human.
Yes, being a human.
Being a human.
Some is not human at all. They are cold-hearted. Like, it's not okay to genocide people.
I think everywhere around the world, you have people that are good-hearted and bad-hearted. Probably also in Algeria. Probably everywhere. Yep. All right, man. Have a good day.
Have a good day, sir.
مع السلامة. Bye. What the heck was that? Salam alaikum. What was he doing? مرحبا.
Germany.
Egypt.
Yeah. How are you?
Good. I like your shirt, man.
Thank you. It's a pajama, actually.
It's a pajama.
Yeah.
A PlayStation pajama. Which games do you play?
Yeah, I play a lot.
Top
Yeah.
three. Top three favorite games.
Last of Us.
Oh, good one.
Yeah.
Good one.
Maybe second, I will go with Ghost of Tsushima.
I haven't tried it, but I heard it's good.
Yeah, it's very good. Maybe because Spider-Man is my favorite character, so Spider-Man 2.
I never tried that game also, but I've seen like trailers of it. It looks dope. It looks good.
Yeah, maybe all the God of Wars.
Have you tried Elden Ring? It sounds like you like this genre. The Dark Souls.
Once in my life, I swear to
It's hard. It's hard.
No.
It's hard.
That fucking night with the giant horse
Yeah,
at the
that's.
beginning. La.
I tell you what, I think they put it in the beginning to shock you. You come out and you're like, welcome to this beautiful world. And you see like, wow. And then you go out, here's a knight on a horse. Let's go fight him. And he just destroys you.
Yeah.
And then you end up from that moment until the end, you end up getting your ass kicked and being destroyed and humiliated and frustrated, only for one day to get back to that knight and defeat him.
Yeah.
تبهدله and show him يلعن أبوك. I'm gonna catch you.
عربي.
بحكي عربي.
اوكي انت منين؟
أنا من إسرائيل.
بجد؟ اسرائيلي؟
إسرائيلي عربي إسرائيلي. تعرف إسرائيل جيرانكم.
اوكي بس الشال
هذا نسيد في كثير عرب في إسرائيل يا أخي مليان عرب. There's many Arabs in Israel.
اوكي بس عايش في اسرائيل بس ما
I was born and lived in Israel. Now I'm living in Germany, but I love Israel. Israel is a great country. Have you ever been?
لا.
What do you think about Israel? It's okay if you don't like it. I have no problem. I want an honest answer.
Honest answer?
Yes, please.
No.
Why not?
Why not? Because not their land. And who gave it to them? It's يعني مش بتاعتهم برضو.
Well, if you say it's not their land, then why is it called Israel?
They called it.
Okay.
It's not.
What was the name before?
Palestine.
And what was the name before?
I don't know.
Judah, Yehuda, Zion, Zion, Israel, by the way, also. So Israel, Judea, Zion, Samaria were before Palestine. So how can you say that they were not there before, if it's obviously that they were before the Muslims?
Okay.
It's important, it's important that Arabs will also not ignore history and facts. That's my point. Because otherwise you're living in La La Land, right? You're living delusional. So it's important to know the fact. The Jews were there before the Muslims. That is a fact.
Okay. And I don't have a problem with the Jews, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
If anyone is Jewish, it's okay. My problem is with the Zionists, not the Jews.
But do you know what Zionists? Do you know what the Zionists mean?
Zionist is the one who believes that this is their land.
Yes.
And they're trying to occupy it.
So the Zionists believe that doesn't have to be a Jew. You can be a Christian Zionist, a Muslim Zionist, an Arab. A Zionist means that you believe that the Jews have a right to live in their land. So you don't believe that they have a right to live in their land.
If it's their land, it's maybe the Jewish land before. Yeah. But they got kicked out of it. That's what our Quran says. إن الله لعنة الله على اليهود إن هم يبقوا متفرقين في الأرض. ما لهمش بلد.
So the Jews in your Quran have no right to live in Israel.
Yes, that's the
where do they have a right to live in then?
Okay, they have the right to live in anywhere on the planet, but they don't have their own country.
So they need to live under Muslim government?
No, not Muslim. They can live anywhere they want, anywhere, but you don't own the land.
So, but Muslims can own the land.
you're just a citizen, you know,
So Muslims can own that land, but Jews cannot.
and Christians can own their land. You know, that's the curse.
Can
of Allah.
Christians own Egypt?
No.
But but Egypt was Christian before.
Okay.
You guys took it from them.
No, we didn't.
Check the history. Egypt was Christian before Islam came and took it over.
Okay. ده حاجة اسمها الفتح الإسلامي.
Yeah, so الفتح الفتوح, meaning that Islam opened the world that was in darkness and opened it to Islam and took over their land. But by your logic, is only Muslims are allowed to take lands and Christians and Jews are not allowed to take lands.
No, we don't take lands. Muslims, they don't take lands.
But Muslims, where do Muslims start? Let me ask you this. Where does Islam start?
Hijaz.
Where was that?
Saudi.
Saudi. Any place outside of Saudi was not Muslim. It was taken by Muslims, right?
Okay, it's not taken. Let me recorrect this. Okay.
Futuh. You call it futuh. It was opened. But let's be honest, it was taken.
No, it's not taken.
Salah ad-Din and Nabi Muhammad and all the, they came with swords. They did not go with the baklawa and knafe and popcorn.
They came with swords to the countries who won't allow them to make them tell their message.
Okay.
هم مش لهم ان هم يدعوا للدين في بلدهم.
Okay.
والناس اللي بيسلموا في بلدهم بيضطهدوا.
So they came to countries who refused to accept the missionary message of Islam, which is convert, right?
Yes.
So any country that refused to convert, Islam then went with the swords and forced them to convert, correct?
No, it's not like this.
Then how?
The main goal is that anyone who chosen Islam to live peacefully, only peacefully. That was the goal of al-Futuh. إن أنا أنشر الدعوة.
Yeah, but there were countries that did not want. They did not want that. Like Christian countries, Jewish countries, they wanted to keep living Christian, keep living Jewish. They didn't want to accept your futuh, your da'wah.
The own country can still remain Christian or Jewish. But there's some citizens who can choose to be Muslims, right?
But if they come and say, we don't want your da'wah, keep it to yourself.
Nah, that was the main goal, that everyone receives al-da'wah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just receive it. You believe it or not, it's your own choice.
So let me ask you a question then. If Christians will come now to Egypt and will start giving a Christian da'wah, convert to Christianity.
Okay.
Should Egypt accept that?
Just for them to tell?
To tell, yes.
Okay, yes, we have a lot of church.
Now, can a Muslim convert to Christianity?
Yes, a Muslim can convert to Christianity.
Are you sure about that? A Muslim can leave Islam?
It's rare. It's very rare for this to happen, but it happens. And vice versa.
Is it okay in the Quran for a Muslim to leave Islam?
No, it's not okay.
Mm-hmm.
زي ما هي مش okay برضو أكيد في المسيحية إن هو يقلب مسلم.
No, in Christianity you can leave your faith. In Judaism you can leave your faith. It's a personal matter. Like you can choose. I want to believe. I don't want to believe.
Okay. No, we don't see it as this. It's a really huge matter for us.
Okay, so if Christians will come now and start converting Muslims in Egypt and making them Christians, will that be a problem for Egyptians?
Most of Egyptians, maybe.
Do you think that's okay that Muslims are going to America or to Europe trying to convert people to Islam?
Muslims go to Europe?
Yeah.
Right now?
Mm-hmm. There's millions of them.
No, it's not their own job.
It's what?
Yeah, there's millions, but it's not. Yeah, it's not their job to do this right now.
To convert. All right.
Yeah, to convert, because wherever you are, you have an internet connection right now. You can search up whatever you want.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and if wherever you are, you can find any mosque with any sheikh, and you can ask whatever you want.
I wish everyone thought like you. I think that's the right approach. I think that's the right approach. You should be free. to go and choose whatever you want to believe and how you want to believe. Just like you should be free to play whichever game you want to play. If you want to play Elden Ring, Dark Souls, you want to play GTA, you want to play this Teletubbies game, what's its name? Fortnite. Play whatever you want, you know. Live and let live.
Yes. Right now, in the meantime, that's the right thing. Yeah, that's the right thing. But
Well, I tell you what, my friend. Listen, I tell you what. Israel is a good country. And they treat Arabs very well in Israel. And they only fight with the people who want to kill them. I tell you that for a fact. I live in Israel. I was born in Israel. My family lives in Israel. The Arabs and the Jews, they live very well together there. They live very well together, most of them. And the ones that do problems, mashakil, is the ones that irhabi, the ones that want to go terrorists. They want to cause problems. Fawda.
But I will tell you something. I don't have a problem, again, with the Jews at all. We have Egyptian Jews.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem, whatever you like to believe in.
Yeah.
It's yours, not mine. But we have a problem with Zionists. That's our main problem.
Yeah, but the problem with Zionists, I think that's the main problem that you have, that you need to fix that, because the problem with Zionism means that you don't want the Jews to have a country. And like I said, man, come on, you guys have like 50-something countries, the Muslims. The Jews have one country. Khalas with this nonsense. You know, they can't have their own one country.
It's not their own to have.
It is their own. They were there before you.
They were there before us because
the Christians were there before you. You took it from the Christians. The Jews were there before you. You took it from the Jews. Guys, come on. Stop being greedy. No. Take what you have. You have quite a lot already. Be happy with it. And khalas. Stop trying to take other countries. That's my point.
Okay, if your point that we are just greedy, they can have any other land.
They're not trying. They're happy with what they have.
It's not theirs.
If they were there before you, how can it not be theirs, man?
Yeah, the Jews were.
Israel was there before you also, and the Jews. No, but anyway, man. Anyway. No, but Israel was there before you. Anyway, man. I want to thank you for this nice conversation. I wish you that you one day will complete Elden Ring. Don't give up.
Yeah.
Go and show that horse. Show him.
Yeah. What he deserves.
What he deserves, exactly. Yalla, مع السلامة يا أخي. Bye.
مع السلامة.
I want to thank you, Cindy. Thank you so much for that. Much, much appreciated. Hey.
Oh, please don't skip me.
I'm not skipping.
I know exactly who you are. I've been watching you and following you for the last, I can't even remember how long.
I think we talked before, right? You live in Nahariya. Yeah. You're from the UK or Ireland before.
No, I'm the Scottish crazy Scottish Zionist in Kiryat.
The Scottish Zionist, yes. Of course, we had a conversation.
Yes, my friend, and I've been in touch with a lot of the other YouTubers recently. But I have to tell you, dude, I watched I think I watched 6 videos of yours yesterday in a row.
Wow.
Man, I love the way you deal with these guys.
Oh, thank you. That's very nice to hear. I much appreciate it.
I'm so proud that we have people like you that are so vocal and eloquent.
Thanks, man. Much, much appreciated. I'm also
next
commenting
time you're
here.
over here, I'm going to take you for a steak on the barbecue on the Jordan River.
Oh, man, that sounds like a cool invite.
And a Scottish guy.
It's going to be hard to say no to a steak, so.
Is going to be cooking it, and we go swimming in the Jordan, bro.
Thanks, man. Well, anyway, I'm going to jump and see how many of these crazy guys I can still find today before I go off.
Yeah, I'm doing the same thing. I'm actually starting to get into the streaming now.
That's good, man. You should. It's a nice way to debate.
I'm working. Do you know Avihu and the Israeli Debate Hub?
Of course, I know them. Yeah, I helped him a lot in the beginning. He's a good guy.
They've been helping me build the software and what I need, and I'm getting there. I'm gonna get there.
We should have more people, definitely. All right, brother.
Listen, every voice is the best. I love you, brother.
Love you back, man. Love you back. God bless.
Instagram, and I do follow you on YouTube.
Nice, man. I love it. God bless you, man. Stay safe. باي مساء الخير
عامل ايه يا عم؟ مرحبا بيك.
Who are you calling?
اهلا بك يا عمنا.
What is this? Boom. That looks like a weird scene there.
Germany. Yeah.
مصر. Egypt. How are you?
انت ايه بتفهم مصري؟
Little bit. Do you speak English?
يعني
يعني.
شوية. ايوه.
How old are you?
تديني كام؟
I don't know. It's dark and you have sunglasses. I don't know.
اهو.
I will say you're 15.
ايه؟
15.
لا.
17.
لا.
Up or down?
Up.
21?
لا 20.
20. Is that a Maccabi Tel Aviv shirt? You're like a fan of Israel?
ايه عليه.
البلوزة هاي. Is that what is this?
ايه دي؟
No, on your shirt. No, other one. Star of David هذا شو هذا؟
دي بتاعت البراند اللي عامل التيشيرت ده.
فكرت إسرائيل هذا.
لا يا عم إسرائيل.
اوكي.
انت بقى سنك كام؟
What?
انت سنك كام؟ عمرك؟
I'm 43. But anyway, have a good day, man.
Probably about 100 or so.
What are you filming there?
40 are working today, though.
Gotta be hard to keep track of them all.
Yeah. Not too many interesting ones today, to say. Yeah, he's top 16. I agree. Einstein was a Jew.
ايش تبي ايش؟
Good. I can't see you.
Because the room is dark.
Okay. Well, have a good day.
I love you. Do you know that I have go to
German.
German, yeah.
Why?
Because I listened German for يعني since 2012.
You like Germans?
I like it, and I was my score in German is good.
That's good. Well, keep studying, man.
Sorry, bro.
Oh, so many Egyptians.
Fuck you.
Why?
Why? Because you are Israeli.
How do you know? Why do you think I'm Israeli?
Fuck you.
ليش بتفكرني أنا إسرائيلي؟ بتحكي عربي؟
بس أمك ما بحكيش عربي.
لكن شو بتحكي؟
بس يا ابن المتناكة.
طب ليش بتقول أنا إسرائيلي؟
عشان باين من وش أمك إسرائيلي.
Yeah? How do you know? It's like giving a monkey a banana. I love it.
I love it. Why?
كنت امك فاتح لايف عليا واخد شرموطه. شوف سليمان يظهر على النت النهارده.
اوه
طلعني على النت يا ابن المتناقض.
السم العربي اللي بيسمعوك.
I can't hear you. You're muted.
السم العربي اللي بيسمعوك ولاد المتناكة.
العربي اللي عندك في
These guys are just full of hate. Unbelievable how much hate they have in that world. Indonesia. How's it going?
What up? What up? Who you got, Israel or Palestine?
What do you think?
Trying to look in the background there.
Which one do you like?
If the scarf there was white and black, I would say Palestine. Maybe that is.
I can confuse you then. I can confuse you. I have the white and black.
Okay, but I see the American flag back there.
Yes, that's right.
So now I'm gonna say Israel.
Yeah? Which one do you like?
If I had to pick, I lean towards Israel for sure.
Well, you are right. Bing, bing. I am Israel, 100%.
Nice. I was thrown off for a second.
No, I put this scarf just to see what kind of conversations I can get with them when they become honest. Although they're not really trying to hide sometimes what they think about it. So usually when I have the Israeli flag behind me, I immediately get, you know, curses and shouting, and they love Hitler and they want us all to die. So sometimes I try, because I speak Arabic, I try to put this just so I can have like a decent conversation with them before I try to tell them, like, listen, there's a different picture about Israel. It doesn't usually work, but just trying.
Are you stream or what?
Yes, I'm streaming. Sorry, I should have told you that before.
No, you're good. You're good. I can just tell you present well. You're probably doing a good job. You got a big channel or what?
I don't know. Maybe it's relatively big. I'm not so sure what to say. I think I have like 70,000 followers on YouTube.
Nice. Hell yeah. Good for you, man.
I'm not so. Let me check. I keep forgetting. No, I have 68,000 on YouTube.
Good shit.
Yeah. I have a very nice community on Discord and Instagram. It's good. It's good.
Good for you, man.
Thanks, man. What's your thoughts? What's your thoughts about, you know? All right.
Oh my God! Hello.
Another teenager. What's going on here?
Hi, Mansoor.
Salam alaikum.
I was actually just watching you early.
Listen, it's so difficult to keep a straight face when you're talking Arabic with Egyptians and you're trying to like talk history with them and facts, and it's just
I was just watching the guy who was telling you, no, we can conquer نفتح البلاد, but one funny observation, his whole idea is because we just introduced them to Islam. Muslim didn't translate the Quran, and it was not allowed to translate it. So you're converting people to Islam who don't speak Arabic, who don't know a word of Arabic, and it was translated to Persian and Malay once in the 12th century, and in European languages was translated by Christian. Like one of the early translation was called something like Lex Muhammad pseudo prophet, the law of Muhammad, the fake prophet. That was Latin in the 12th century. And they only started translated to English something like around 17th, 18th century when Christians started translating. So it's like you're converting people to a religion without giving them a translation.
That is very interesting, because this whole notion of everybody should go back to their land, but the Muslims, they're the only ones who can go and take others' lands. And then you say, but you never took land by convincing people that you have a good case. You just went there and sent them a letter and they said, no, why do we need this thing? And then you came and killed them.
Yeah, but the letter wasn't a call to Islam, by the way. The letter they suppose Muhammad sent to Herakl and others, it starts with Islam Taslam. Submit and you'll be safe. And if you refuse, then فعليك إثم, so and so. So you carry the burden of whoever it is. You're talking about the Roman, the Greeks, and if you actually converting people to Islam, okay, they converted. Why didn't Egyptian Muslims rule Egypt then? They had to get Arabs to rule over the local Muslims.
Interesting.
You know, because you did mention Salah ad-Din and the Fatimid Abbasid. Okay, why didn't the local Muslims rule themselves? Because if the only thing is you want to convert to Islam, okay, they accepted it, and then they had to be ruled. Why did we had to send money to Medina? Like Umar, during the time of Umar,
protection money.
He was asking to increase the jizya. To which at the time I think it was Abdullah ibn Sarh who was ruling Egypt, and he says, or Amr ibn al-As, one of them, and he said, if you increase it, Egypt will go bankrupt. To which Umar sent the letter back and is saying something like, Allahumma in kana fi kharab Misr amar Madinat Rasulillah, Allahumma fakhribha. oh Allah, if the destruction of Egypt means the prosperity of Medina, so let it be destroyed. And it's so weird because the idea that we have the right to actually convert you to a book that you can't read in a language that you don't know, and if you refuse, we're going to kill you. Or we're going to fight with you. But if you convert and then you know the Arabic and you don't like it, we are going to say من بدل دينه فاقتلوه anyway.
And I would add to that, and once we take your land, you can never take it back from us. And if you took it back from us, it's our land.
Mm-hmm.
It's not right that you took it. It's morally wrong that you took your land back. That's why I was asking him, okay, so you say that the Jews have no right to take it. They should go back. Why can't you go back to where you started? Where did you start? In Saudi. Okay, go back there.
He was thinking. He didn't say it. He was thinking of a verse in the Quran when he said the Jews cannot have any land, not just this one, any. Because the Quran says ضربت عليهم الذلة أينما ثقفوا إلا بحبل من الله أو بحبل من الناس. So they have to live under submission wherever they are, except if Allah give them the upper hand or the people. So the people, of course, are not going to. And then if they lived in prosperity for them because you have a sovereign Jewish state, that means Allah is giving victory to the Jews over the Muslims. That's what the Quran states.
These guys are just a bunch of locals. Did you hear the interview with Tom Barak that he just came and he said now he was interviewed in a podcast?
No.
Very interesting. He was interested about Israel and Turkey and then about Lebanon. And he said that the problem that there's no peace in Lebanon, I couldn't believe my eyes and my ears when I heard it, is because the most important voices in Lebanon are being kept out of the negotiation. And these are Hezbollah and Iran. Tom Barak, the U.S. ambassador, is saying that the most important people that you should be negotiating with is Hezbollah and Iran in Lebanon.
And I think it's exactly the same point you will find it when you're trying to minimize the violence in downtown Chicago and you go and get the heads of the gangs to negotiate with.
Yeah.
It's like, those guys are actually the problem. Because
they're the problem. They should not be in the negotiation table. They should be outside, and you should negotiate with the police and the local community how to get rid of them.
I thought the Americans have it written in stones, we don't negotiate with terrorists. Apparently they do.
Apparently, well, look at Ahmed al-Shara, look at the Turkish government right now. I mean, come on.
It's really, really weird,
It's very weird. It's very weird how they're playing with fire there.
And you're getting the linguistic and social rhetoric changed when you get some in the media. They actually try to sanitize words that used to be alarming. Oh, there is nothing wrong with Sharia. Really? Are we reading the same books?
Oh my God, yeah. Anyone in the West that says that, it's just, or that says Intifada. Yeah, Intifada is the uprising. It's the right way. We need Intifada in America. We need Intifada in Almania, in Germany. And I'm like, wow.
You probably did before the first Intifada in Israel, the Intifadat al-Khubz in Egypt.
I heard that term,
in the 70s. It's called the bread riots because so that when you open the market, things initially got expensive. So the bread riot was similar to the Intifada. You see, without the going for long time, as a few days, because Sadat used the state security forces to actually crush it. And then you have another Intifada in Baghdad in the 50s, and they always have one thing in common: they are absolutely violent.
Yeah,
you're not going to find one that is that was just a shaking off. No, Intifada is not a Ras Baladi,
Yes, man. Hey, I have a question for you, but just want to say thank you here to the Beast. Big Uncle Chief Nisim here. The Jewish people and the Druze have a special bond. They are descendant of Moses' father-in-law, and Moses were close. He helped Moses lead when he needed help, and he gave him to marry his daughter. You know, he was Khatan Midian, the godfather. But I have a question for you. You know, this right now, Turkey, Egypt is kind of a little bit in the back, but you're Egyptian, or you grew up there, you know. We have this new Mecca agreement, the new alliance that has been created right now between Turkey, Saudi Arabia, and Pakistan, which is the Arab NATO, where they're coming and saying, if someone attacks us, we all come together and attack him. They're trying to create an Arab NATO. And a few weeks later, they were actually attacked. Like, I think there was like war between Saudi Arabia and Yemen, and there was attacks going on. No one got involved. And then we're hearing right now of Turkey aggressively started engaging in Syria, trying to build bases and etc. Meanwhile, Egypt is sending more troops into Sinai with tanks and etc. A lot of tension is happening. Do you think this is related? Do you think something is happening there?
My personal reading, and
I want your personal reading.
Yeah, Egypt cannot go to war because any war you start economically, it's unsustainable. Egypt's economy is in the trash. So,
but you're talking right now as a responsible, educated adult.
Yeah, but if they go to war, they will run out of food, ammunition. They run out of everything within a very short time. They can cause a lot of trouble, but in a day or two. The idea of going to war, try to win it. Last time they tried, Ariel Sharon was 100 kilometers from Cairo.
Yeah.
This time, I don't know who, Turkey, Libya, anyone they're going to start with. They might not be 100 kilometers, might be a lot less, but it will be a suicide for Egypt to do it. And remember the statement by Napoleon, armies marches on its bellies.
On its belly, yeah.
Yeah, if you don't have an economy and, economically, the Egyptian strategic food supply would enough to feed its own people for a few months. That's the danger.
Yeah.
And plus that they have millions of non-Egyptian refugees in Egypt from Syria, Sudan, and a few other countries. So engaging your army in a war, that might be not a very good idea because you start to have very, 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 very few voices, but they start to happen from some Syrian refugees. Oh, you have massive empty area, give us a place so we can start our own community there. So it's not a wise idea. Saudi and Egypt would not, especially Egypt, would not trust Turkey ever with the current government. Because Egypt, for example, you have thousands of Muslim Brotherhood who wanted in Egypt, living in Turkey and getting asylum, and they are still active. They are still anti-Egyptian government. So whatever agreement they have, they wouldn't trust Turkey. And Saudi wouldn't trust them because, and neither is the Turk, because back in 2020, Saudi start officially leaking the information about the relationship between the Muslim Brotherhood and the Nazis. A newspaper like Okab would publish in 2020 Al-Ikhwan al-Naziyun. And Erdogan is a brotherhood.
Big time.
And he is basically a safe haven for the Muslim Brotherhood from Egypt and other places. So they know, the Saudi knows their the mentality, and whatever agreement they have, it has to be very, very, very careful because they know Erdogan only works for not the betterment or the good for Turkey. It's for the group, for Jama'at, for
the Muslim Brotherhood.
Pakistan has its own trouble. Like, I don't see any of the four engaging with Iran, for example. Like, how many countries of those Iran already attacked? And what was the reply? Hey, don't do that. The only country that actually replied military to Iran was the Emirates.
Yeah.
everybody else is like, you know, yeah, have whatever peace treaty. Like the NATO today is technically useless, you know, because what you have it for? Oh, if any country got an attack, you mean like Spain?
Yeah.
That was basically invaded by thousands. Oh, but they were unarmed. So you're waiting for what exactly?
Yeah. No, NATO is useless. I tell you what I think might be the game they're trying to play. I think they're starting to signal and try to build for a possible future that they will try the 6-day war again, the Kippur Day War, that they will try it again. Coming together and try to go on Israel. Maybe not now, maybe not tomorrow, but one day. And I think what they're afraid is they want to have some kind of agreement because they probably know that the day that they will choose to attack Israel, Israel will attack first. And they want to create some kind of a legal system that will justify that they don't get a bahdali, meaning that all of a sudden they try and all of a sudden you see pager operation in Turkey, airplanes being exploded, and they're like, what's happening? Israel going bomb hard on them.
I understand your point.
And then they will say, yeah, you signed to help us. And then Saudi Arabia and Egypt and everybody, hey, what are you doing? Because they know that most likely when they will try to attack, what we will see in the world is Israel attacking first, because Israel doesn't want to have war with them, but often Israel was the first one to strike, but that because Israel knew that they were about to strike.
I understand the point, but there is, take the map a little bit wider. Turkey engaging in any war would actually risk the Kurd engaging in their own independence.
Israel will F them up big time. Israel will F them up.
No, but beside the Kurdistan.
No, I'm saying F them up by actually creating, for example, a lot of the Arab countries, sorry for cutting in, they always hope that Israel would lose when they attack, that the Muslims in Israel will revolt like a Trojan horse and will join them. But Israel is very much on top of that. And there's a lot of Muslims in Israel just literally have a good life and they just don't want to end up like Egypt and Lebanon and other places.
Or Lebanon or Iraq or Syria.
Yeah, exactly.
And if those intentions were in Israel, right now, by the way, Iran is not attacking Sunni. It did, but it's not at war with the Sunni and the Shia, which went on for 1400 years. It's because, we have one enemy. But Iran would have no problem to attack Turkey and Iraq and whoever.
And I think, and that's what I think is, if they will come and attack Israel, to come and think that the war will just gonna be a battlefield fought in a kinetic warfare and tanks in the battlefield is silly. It's gonna be an economical war. It's gonna be a political war. It's gonna have all of a sudden the Kurds being armed, surprisingly, and revolting from within. You're gonna have Mossad agents running in your streets, and they will try to do the same thing to us. The only difference is Israel is.
You think Mossad agents are not already running into the streets of Turkey or Egypt?
Oh, I know, but they will be running and taking people like they did in Tehran. My point is that
if they know anything, whatever we lay people thousands of miles away are reading a situation, and they are far better than reading a situation than we do. So they probably know the details better than the Egyptians do.
Oh yeah. And the point is that it's harder for them to get Israelis to turn against Israel, because in the end of the day, like even Iran, with all of their they ended up getting, I think, like 7 people in Israel that went and took pictures for them because they sent them $400 or $1,000. And like Israel, meanwhile, built factories of building drones in Tehran and had, flowers sent to all of their generals and the scientists into their house, telling them from the Mossad, get out of here before we kill you. So the same thing, it's very easy to infiltrate Turkey, it's very easy to infiltrate Egypt, it's very easy to infiltrate Lebanon, it's very easy to infiltrate Jordan, because these countries are bad countries. They have a lot of enemies from within. They're not fair countries, they're not good to their people, and when they're good, it's only for a very certain group, and they're terrible for the rest. So they're just really, I think Turkey is not wise from her to actually start a war with Israel.
And it will actually completely change the conversation, because currently the Western media pundit and lazy politician in Europe oh, it's Israel picking war with Iran, of course, ignoring that Iran is funding every single militia and terrorist group in the region. But if you're talking about a country that absolutely nothing to do with Israel, and you haven't thrown a single pebble at any of them, like Saudi, Egypt, and Pakistan, it will shift the conversation. We've been telling you for decades, yes, they do want the destruction of the state of Israel. So it will shift a lot of things, unless they are hoping, which probably would backfire. We have millions of Muslims now in Europe, so it might be the call to arm for the people in Europe as well to rise against the European government. It would be stupid, moronic, idiotic move that might possibly change the map of the region, and they get hurt.
The Europeans.
The Turkey, Egypt, Pakistan, because each and every one of them has other enemies that waiting for any chance to, you think the Houthi will says, Saudi now are fighting Israel, so we'll wait? No, they will take the chance because the Saudi army is busy, and the Kurd will do the same thing. Egypt has its own internal problems, and you have the Muslim Brotherhood supporters within.
No, that's true. That's one of the things that a lot of military analysts say. Arab Muslim armies are most of the time built to fight inwards, not to fight outwards. They're built to protect the dictator and his family and his government from the people. They're not built to go to wars. And that's why it is so difficult for them to fight in Iran. It's so difficult to fight any war. And that's why when they go and fight wars, and as someone who was an officer in the army, we have a saying, amateurs talk tactics, professionals talk logistics. And when it comes to wars, it's logistics. Look at what happened to Russia and Ukraine in the beginning of the war, if you remember. They sent columns of tanks and they ran out of gas, like fuel in the middle. They got bombarded by drones. Logistics is so important. And these guys, they can barely coordinate conversation between two families, let alone right now to coordinate different tribes and forces going into a war in a foreign land.
And whatever Egypt is doing in Sinai, it's not actually for Israel. It's a show off. There is an Arabic proverb we use in Egypt, but I don't know if you use the same thing in Israel. اذبحوا القطة. So اضرب المربوط يخاف السايب. What the Egyptian government is doing is it's flexing its muscle to tell its people we're still strong, we're still powerful, and because most of the training you see, like the comments about the Egyptian training and showing in Sinai, I read online, was quite funny. The gayest army in the world, because you have, you have people topless and trying to just show. They completely forgot modern day war. You personally are not a bodybuilder, but you're a commander, a strategist, because the war is no longer holding, a massive weight sword. It's a few kids behind the screen, actually tactically dismantling your entire infrastructure.
It's not. I had a very interesting conversation with a German guy yesterday. Went to this workshops that people want to talk about, business and AI and all kind of stuff. I was invited to join, and I didn't have much to say because when they asked me what is your experience with AI, I said mostly at 3 a.m. I will ask him who would have won Prime Genghis Khan army or Prime Salah ad-Din army, and then I will sit with him and talk with him like that. That would be my conversation with AI most of the time, or make me a funny picture of me and my kid. So I was sitting and talking to this guy there that was a martial artist and a big time fighter. And he asked me Krav Maga, you guys are crazy, this and that. And I told him, actually, no, man, we're not Krav Maga and the Israeli Special Forces and others. It's effective, but it's not I cannot go to a ring and fight against a black belt jiu-jitsu or karate. So what do you mean? I says, no, you see, if I will ever need to fight someone who's a black belt jiu-jitsu, I will never tell him, let's meet at 8 o'clock under the bridge, me and you, bring witness and let's fight. I will study everything I need to study about that person for 3 to 10 months. I will find every possible weakness he have and everyone around. And I'll find any way to exploit it, and I will find the best way to defeat him with minimal power and maximum effectivity. And that's how we will go to war. And that's what makes Israel so capable. It's not just because we're strong, we're this, especially in the special forces. We're not looking for the buff gym workers. You get big. I was bigger when I was in the special forces. I was bigger, but I was never actually a gym big. But we were so much better than other forces because we use our brain.
If you're actually that close in modern army, if you're that close to join hand-to-hand combat with an enemy, you're already in trouble because you're not supposed. It's like what? No, it's the last thing any army today does is sending people, and it's like, oh, we don't want to boot in the ground. And
No. But Salama, I have a question for you. Actually, I was talking to a Finnish friend of mine who's a captain on a cruise ship today, and he sent me a video from Yosef. We know him, right? The guy that was the kippah that you talked before.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. And he made a video about how the Prophet once told people to go and drink camel urine.
Yes, that's in Bukhari and probably Muslim.
Yes. And he was asking me if that's like real. And I said, not only it's real, it's actually from one of the most trustworthy hadiths. Can you tell us the story a little bit about like why was he recommending people to drink urine of camels?
Okay. The story goes, there is a bunch of people called Nafar min Urayna. The bunch of people came to him and they became sick. So he told them to go to the outside to the desert and with the shepherds and to drink camel urine and milk until they get better.
Was that a thing back then, to drink camel urine to get better?
You know what they call, old wife's tale and old wife's remedy, because an awful lot of society historically would have things like folk medicine and folk medical, and they use it. So it might have been in some tribal medicine. There are a lot of people in history would have weird things. Europe had in Middle Ages, when someone gets sick, they write a few prescription or things, talisman, and they put it around their neck. So you had people doing weird things historically. But the problem is, because it's in the most authentic narration, it lives on. They cannot say, okay, that was something tribal or folk medicine back then. Because if you said it's a folk medicine, it really undermined the idea of being a prophet and revelation, because couldn't Allah tell him that thing is useless?
So how do they live with it now? Like, how do Arabs today, Muslims today, live with if someone will come tell them, go drink camel pee, you'll get better? Can someone tell them you're crazy or haram, habibi?
No, some ignore it, some try to justify it, and some said reject it, so it's not there if it's in Bukhari, and some will do it.
Some still do it?
Milk, yes, for sure. They still sell it in a lot of countries, including in UK. But urine, I'm not sure, because there is a lot of fabricated images online of bottles of camel urine being sold in Saudi or something like that. But I probably think that's AI generated.
Okay. I have another question. Really? Then the conversation with this Finnish captain moved into the story of Muhammad going to the desert at night and having a bunch of black guys riding him and mounting him. I think we talked about it before, but I don't remember. Why the heck is that story existing in Islam?
Okay. The problem with that story is the phrase "farakabuhu" is actually quite ambiguous, because we might be having what it's called anachronistic meaning. If you read, for example, King James about King David, and he wear gay clothes, but gay clothes in King James in 1611 didn't really mean what it means now.
Gay clothes, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
happy clothes. Yeah.
You know, laid back, relaxed. But if I'm telling you today, you're imagining someone walking in a gay parade. It's completely different story. So the word itself, we might be imposing our meaning to ride on a different meaning, and it could mean linguistically. I'm talking language. It could mean they exhausted him.
No, but still, I mean, you can come and say happy clothes, because gay in Hebrew is also aliz, which means, you know, happy, relaxed, chill back, happy. But you're talking right now a story where the prophet is going with his friend or his disciple, and then he tells him, like, put a line, tells him, you know, to stay safe, and then he goes and he approach in a what seems to be a naked engagement with skinny, tall, black people. And then there's a context that they rode him and mounted him.
What I'm saying is that because you're asking me why did they keep it historically, why would they keep it? Because it could be logically, you know, I'm trying to think linguistically that the people are not stupid and not moron, and they did actually have some scholar who understand the language. So the one level of the language is it could be translated understood. Oh, it means they exhausted him. Like if I argue with you all night long and having a whole argument, and we still use the same language. When we say "Hada rakab dmagu."
Wear him off, like wear him off, exhausted him.
So we still use the phrase rakab not to mean to ride in the sexualized sense. That could be possibly one of the reasons why they kept it. And the other reason is because our understanding of the linguistic today didn't cross their mind, because that word rakab did not have the sexual connotation it does today. It had back then. You know, so that might be it why they kept it. But there are a few stories in the hadith where, like this one, where you would ask the question is, why did they keep that? Even if they said, oh, that's da'if. Like the story, he يفرج بين رجلي الحسين ويقبل زبيبته. It's like, okay, really? You know, I'm not translating that.
No, please translate that.
It is, they say it's weak narration. Is he spread his grandson's legs and he kisses his
Schnitzkin.
Okay,
wait,
thanks for that. Yeah. And
who was asked to spread his grandchild's legs and kiss his Schnitzkin?
No, that's a hadith. They say it's weak, but the explanation when they said it's weak, if you look it up, is actually weirder than the hadith itself. I said, no, that's not correct. But what's correct is he did suck his tongue. It's like, okay, why would you gonna get no? But and it's not for a medical purpose. It's not for anything. So there are stories like this where I sometimes wonder if there is not, you know, the Zindiqs during the golden age of Islam, the Abbasi time, like Abu Isa ibn al-Warraq, Ibn al-Rawandi, and I wonder if some of the people actually didn't make this hadith up to make fun of him. And you know,
it could be someone clever said, I'm gonna revenge them, I'm gonna get them, I'm gonna make a stupid hadith and I'm gonna make it hidden and it's gonna come back at them.
And one of the character, Abu Huraira, I am not absolutely, but I'm fairly certain a lot of the stuff it's attributed to him, he never said it because mathematically he can't. He followed Muhammad for about 18 months before Muhammad died. That's between the time he became a Muslim and Muhammad died is 18 months. And he narrated 5,000 hadith in 18 months.
In 18 months.
That means you're following me day and night and taking notes day and night. Some of them are quite long. But because and some of the people who actually followed Muhammad for years, like Abu Bakr or Abdullah ibn Umar, wrote something like about 10 or 50 or 80. But the guy who followed for 18 months had whatever kind of memory you have, you actually would have to follow the guy I would have day by day record of those 18 months, but we don't. We just have weird statement here and there.
You know what that sounds? That sounds like the Autopen story of Biden. When you have a chance to change a lot of policies and legislations, and no one is gonna hold you for accountability, you're just gonna go and do whatever you want. And I think like people found a loophole. We can promote a lot of stupid stuff and crazy stuff that might have been actually relevant for that particular moment of time, or politically or financially, and then just went and made up hadiths.
That one of the funniest thing, you do know the hierarchy of hadith in Islam. There is a sahih, and the most authentic would be whatever hadith that's collected in both Bukhari and Muslim. That's then the top of the hierarchy.
Let's explain that to the people. By the way, guys, just a quick explanation if you don't know. There is the Quran and there is the hadith. And, you know, there is like the term Surah Nabuwiyyah. It's probably not the most accurate way, but I kind of say it's as if when you have in the New Testament, you have the stories that we know directly from Jesus, and then you have the apostles who came and give you different pictures. It's not the same thing because this is still part of the Bible, and we have right now completely outside stories. But the point is that it gives you another picture about what happened through the story of the prophet, and some of them are very authentic, some of them are crazy. Correct me and explain it better.
I'll explain it. What you have in the Quran, there is quite often things that's not headlines or ambiguous terms. Like the Quran says, فَأَقِمِ الصَّلَاةَ رَفَيَّ النَّهَارَ وَزُلْفًا مِنَ اللَّيْلِ. Start the prayer, the two end of the day and the part of the night. That's 3 prayers. How do you know they are 5? Because the hadith says so. It says go to Hajj. How do you do Hajj? And then there is the details and the explanation are not like are not in the Quran. They have to be told in hadith. And plus you have the Quran commanding Muslims to obey what Muhammad did and said. And he explained to them certain things. They come and ask him, like there's one of the hadith, and please do not laugh, you know about temporary marriage in Islam.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so the story behind
I know it through Hezbollah, and I know it through what they do in Gaza sometimes.
Yeah, the story behind it. The story behind it is 2 of his companions came to him and said, we were at war and we didn't have any women. And we went to the Prophet, says, can we castrate ourselves? And Allah nakhtasi. And he says, no. So he allowed us to marry a woman, give her, some flowers or a dress or something like that.
Modern day prostitution, that's what it was.
Okay, can I read this for you? That's
yeah, please.
That's how what they did after they say, can we castrate ourselves? During the victory of Mecca, and we stayed. Rabi' ibn Sabra reported that his father went to an exhibition with Allah's Messenger during the victory of Mecca, and we stayed there for 15 days. And the Messenger permitted us to contract temporary marriage with women. So I and another person of my tribe went out, and I was more handsome than he, and whereas he was almost ugly. Each one of us had a cloak. My cloak was worn out, whereas his cloak, with the cloak of my cousin, was quite new. As we reached the lower or upper side of Medina, we came across a young woman, like a young, smart, long-necked she-camel, like a naqatul hamta. And we said, is it possible that one of us may contract temporary marriage with you? She said, what will you give me as a doer? And each one of us spread his cloak. She began cast a glance at both the persons. My companion also looked at her when she was casting a glance at her side, and she said, this cloak of his is worn out, whereas my cloak is quite new. She, however, said twice or thrice, there is no harm in accepting this cloak, the old one. So I contracted temporary marriage with her. It's because she liked him. The other guy was ugly. Said, "Oh, yeah, I'll take your coat." So he allowed this, and then you get to the hadith. Within that hierarchy, there is these two. I actually can email them to you. I got them as PDF. These two books, it's 2 volumes. It's called The Pearl and the Murjan. The Pearl and I can't remember what Murjan in English. Qurr, The Pearl and Qurr in what the Bukhari and Muslim agreed upon. This is the highest hierarchy for Sunni. Whatever is in those is absolutely according to Sunni as well. And in the top of that hierarchy, there is a hadith that's almost some Muslim scholars plus me says that's the only one we are definitely sure Muhammad actually said it. The rest of them we possibly did, possibly didn't, but this one sure. And it says, "Man kadaba alayya muta'ammidan falyatabawwa maq'adahu min an-nar." Whoever lies to me on me on purpose will go to hell. So during the Abbasi time, they got someone who's fabricating hadith. And they started with then some when they were charging him, and he was asked, "You don't know that the Prophet says whoever lies about me will burn in hell?" I said, "I'm not lying about him. I'm lying for him." Because in some of them, their idea was to actually make him look better. Like some of the hadith would be about the miracles he allegedly did. The Quran says he doesn't, you know. وَمَا مَنَعَنَا أَن نُرْسِلَ الْآيَاتِ إِلَّا أَن كَذَّبَ بِهَا الْأَوَّلُونَ. We don't send miracles because the previous people didn't believe it. So, but in hadith, there's 1,000 of them. And we're fabricating it to make him look better or to look more higher than other prophets because they had miracles. So I have some. And then you add to this. So it was
supporting lies from the beginning, actually.
And you add to this from day one, before he actually was in the ground, there is the political disagreement that resulted in civil war. We call it الفتنة الأولى, الفتنة الكبرى, والفتنة الثانية, والفتنة الثالثة, والفتنة الرابعة. So it's the old fitna. And between his own companions, and then between his wife and his cousin, and then between the Umayyadi and Abbasi, and on and on and on it goes. And during that time, 200 years early, before they actually write down anything, everybody was making hadith to support their political claim. To the extent, you know, not just hadith. What's his name? Abu al-Abbas al-Saffah. Not Abu al-Abbas al-Saffah, sorry. Al-Hajjaj ibn Yusuf. Al-Hajjaj ibn Yusuf was a tyrant, you know, and the guy was an Arabic teacher. According to Muslim scholars, he actually corrected 11 verses in the Quran because he thought they are grammatically incorrect. What you have in the Quran today, it was corrected by Al-Hajjaj. But if that's he did, you know, he read in the Quran. What did he do in Hadith? Even Bukhari himself, in strictly speaking, is proven liar, because he would narrate a hadith says kaza wa kaza. You know what kaza wa kaza means?
In Hebrew, we call it ha and da.
So he would narrate a hadith. He says Abdullah ibn Umar came to Ubay and says, إن أخاك ابن مسعود يقول كذا وكذا. And so what's exactly what Ibn Mas'ud says so and so? What's the so and so Bukhari deleted? You go to a completely different narration who is less authentic. Ibn Mas'ud used to say, don't write the Quran or in the Quran, the first surah or the last two, because they are not part of the Quran. He used to omit them from his own Mus'haf because they are not Quran. And Bukhari removed that and said kada wa kada. We have 100 instances where Bukhari used the term kada wa kada. What was there? He thought it's important to remove. We don't know, because sometimes we don't find an equivalent.
Let's simplify it then for a second. How many commonly used versions of Quran we have today. That if you will take right now, you will go and you take the Quran that the Ayatollahs are reading, and you go and take the Quran that the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt is reading, and you go take the Quran that Ahmed al-Shara have in his office, and you put them how many, you will say that that's the Qurans right now, and they're different.
Okay, and give me 23. I want to show you something. This is printed in Saudi, by the way. This is Surah Al-Hadid, and can you read this? We're above my finger. ومن يتولى فإن الله الغني الحميد.
الغني الحميد, yeah, I see that part.
Okay, الغني الحميد. That's what you need to see. This is one. No, I need.
You're amazing, man.
20. Same verse. Can you read? فإن الله هو الغني الحميد. هو الغني الحميد.
هو الغني الحميد, yes.
هو is not in that one.
Yes, so you have the one word there.
Okay, yeah, you can go through it, but they are both printed. This is it's called قراءة البزي عن ابن كثير, and this one and some other notice they both printed in Saudi. This one, I believe, it's قراءة Warsh. Okay, yeah, this is Warsh. The other thing is you read Arabic. What do you notice in the Arabic here?
What
do you notice the dots? Like like من قبلكم أو القرون. The qaf has a single dot above it, and the fa has a dot under it. It's completely different punctuation.
Yeah.
So you show that to someone in Egypt, that's not the Quran, and they probably might not be able to read it because that was inserted 300 years later. So there are certain difference. I have 3. There is some people who claim there is about 26. I don't have the 26 personally because I would need to go and check them. And you can have more examples. I think they might be online, some of them as photocopies, but I cannot definitively claim which ones because the difference might be minor. The problem is not in the textual variant like I showed you. The problem is the Muslim apologist insistent is not a single letter have been changed. Okay, now deal with this.
No, that's my point.
The word huwa for this, he'd either have to concede.
It's not a letter, it's a word.
It's a word. He'd either have to concede, yes, textual variant is not that big deal as long as the meaning didn't change, because this word doesn't change the meaning.
And the thing is, like, when you will come and say, yeah, well, in Christianity you have King James version and this, well, guys, that's translations.
Translation.
Exactly.
Yeah. No,
that's not the original.
Even if he concede the point of textual variant, as long as it doesn't change the meaning, is irrelevant, then yes, as Christian, within the Greek, within the Hebrew, we might have manuscript have the words put differently. Like قال موسى قال, the change of order. We consider that textual variant. يسوع المسيح المسيح يسوع. We consider that textual variant. If he says it doesn't change the meaning, then okay, we're good. No. We don't accept textual variant. Okay, you got a problem then. Your Quran has textual variant, and not in a manuscript, in the actual one that's both are printed by your authority.
In the blueprint.
But in reality, put your thinking cap on. We actually have absolutely not no idea. We have no certainty what the original Quran was. Because it might be this one, it might not be, by the way. Because what happened is when Uthman collected the Quran, whatever other manuscripts he collected from were burned. Those original manuscripts, we no longer have them.
And that was how many years after the Prophet's death?
About 14.
14 years.
And according to the 200 years later narration, when he collected it, he got every verse 2 witnesses and to say, yes, we heard Muhammad saying that, so you have to write every verse with 2 witnesses. The problem is we don't know the witnesses for every verse. Like if you're in a court of law and you have a whole lot of evidence, you need to know the chain of evidence, the chain of custody for every piece of the evidence.
Wait. Let me see that I got this all right. So 14 years after Muhammad died, you had these people that wrote different
14 years after he died, Hudayfa ibn al-Yaman came to Uthman and says, أنقذ الأمة قبل أن يختلفوا يقتتلوا اختلاف اليهود والنصارى. Save the people before they literally started fighting each other in Azerbaijan. Someone reading from Iraq says, oh, my Quran or my reading is better than yours, the other one. And they will disagree, not on something minor. They nearly had a civil war because which one is actually reading the Quran? Because it was that different.
Yeah, so already there was a political distress that required one centralized, unified document. And that happened 14 years after the Prophet died.
According to the Hadith collection, which happened 190 years after he died.
Okay, so wait. So this 14 years, that's when they started writing. When did he come and said with bringing the witnesses? And let's hear, that was 200 years later?
No. The 14 years, then Uthman, according to the Hadith, I'll come to that part later. Uthman said to someone called Zayd ibn Thabit, he got a committee and to collect the Quran and write it. So he went to Fatima and he went to anybody who has pieces of papers or whatever, a bone, pottery, a piece of leather, whatever, whoever wrote a single verse and collected them and he started writing them down in the Hijazi, in the Hashimi tongue. If they are written in a different dialect or a different tongue of the Arabs, it will stick to the Hashimi one. So that's already an editing. So, and the people would come to him with a witness to testify that they actually heard that. 2 witnesses. Every verse came with 2 witnesses except one, last verse of Surah 9, because the guy who came with it was alone and they said, oh, no, the Prophet says his witness equals 2. So we'll take this one. Omar came with a verse, but he came alone. He didn't have any witness, so the verse is not in the Quran. The verse about stoning. Stoning for adultery is not in the Quran, it's in Hadith. Because when Omar came with the verse, he was alone, no witness. Now, you need 2, that's what he says, 2 witnesses for every verse. Here's the problem. We don't know who are the witnesses for every verse. It's like in a court, you says, okay, I got every piece of evidence signed by 2 anonymous people. It's like, okay, are the anonymous people, forget if they are lying or not. That's one problem, if they are lying or not. How good is their memory? Did they actually were in the place where they said they were? Did they hear directly from him or heard this from a third party? It's a huge, so
it's a huge one.
The chain of custody is broken. But
I tell you even what, I used to work in law enforcement for a while, and we used to take statements. And the basic thumb rule was that you have to take the statement as fast as possible. And it's very important that this is the first statement that the person shares.
And you have to know the person, who the person is.
Of course. Of course, you need to ask the person and that he's relevant, etc. So once you identify the person was there, he's relevant, he was an eyewitness, for example. Now, very important thing in court of law, was it the first statement that he gave or the second or the third or the fourth? If it's the second, third, or fourth, it already loses from its credibility in the court law. Why? Because that person have already one time gave that statement to someone, and he managed to witness through his eyes, did his statement make sense? Were there any gaps or holes? And now he already corrected the statements and changed it, because so the next time that he said it, it sounds better or it makes more sense.
Yeah, I'm still in the first
credibility.
step. Yeah, I'm still in the first step. It gets a lot worse, by the way. So that's the first problem. So what Ottoman community did, he wrote several copies, sent it to countries, Egypt, Damascus, Iraq, and whatever they had, pieces of paper, bones, he burned that. So the original manuscript he copied from, we no longer have it. We only have a unified, agreed upon editing by Othman. That's the first problem. The second problem, we know a couple of hundred years later, when they corrected the hadith, they told us this story. So we have the story itself about the collection, the unification 200 years later. And in the hadith and in history, they says the Quran was revealed on 7 different letters, Sabat Ahruf. Okay, but Uthman collected only 1. The others we don't have. To know how different they are, Umar ibn al-Khattab, he was praying, and I think the guy whose name is Hisham ibn al-Hakam or Shab ibn al-Hakim. Anyway, he's playing behind someone, and he said, I nearly stopped him in the middle of prayer because he read the Quran in a way, that's not how the Prophet gave it to me. So after he finished, he says, فَلَدَبْتَهُ بِرِدَاءُ. He grabbed him by the collar and took him to Muhammad and said, read. So he read it, and Muhammad said, oh yeah, it was revealed this way. And Omar, with a little bit of doubt, read it, and he said, oh, it was revealed this way also. So the 2 different modes are so different that to the extent that Omar would stop some guy in the middle of the prayer. So and we don't have the other 6, we have only 1.
It's crazy. The broken phone effect here is crazy.
That's the second problem. The third problem, much later on, there were some people who would collect the different reading and try to keep a record of it. One of them is called Sheikh al-Qurra, the chief of reciter. His name is Ibn Shanbudh. Ibn Shanbudh, he collected all the irregular readings. He was actually arrested and beaten and made to sign a paper to say he was wrong, and those readings don't exist. So that's manufacturing evidence. That's the third problem. The fourth problem is they try to confuse today, an awful lot of Muslims don't know the difference between what's called ahruf and what's called qira'at, modes and reading. Because in the 3rd or 4th century, there was a guy called Ibn Mujahid who decided we have 7 reading, Hafs, Warsh, Nafi', Qawlun, and they actually have 10 or 14, it depends how you count. And he made it just for aesthetics. It's not 7. It's the difference you have today. I showed you 1, that's in the reading. But we already don't have the original. So the state of that Quran you have today is technically when I bring you a manual and I said this is from Shakespeare, but the original is lost, and the person who collected it burned about 85% of it, and a tyrant changed some script, and people were forced to sign a piece of paper that says, yeah, it belongs here, but it actually doesn't.
Knowledge is such a dangerous thing to a Muslim.
Yeah,
because I feel like the average Muslim today, if he will question for a second, if he will open critical thinking, it's a black hole.
And by the way, everything I said, it's none of it is actually you read Arabic, that's easier. None of it is a secret. Read.
كتاب المصاحف.
باب ما كتب الحجاج بن يوسف في المصحف. And of course, oh, this guy is a liar. Then you can go to الإتقان في علوم القرآن للسيوطي and on and on. And what you have later on, where you will find some early Muslim like Abdullah ibn Umar saying, no one says I memorized the whole Quran because he doesn't know what's the whole Quran. A lot of it was lost.
Yeah.
لا يقولن أحدكم قد أخذت القرآن كله وما يدريه ما كله فقد ذهب منه قرآن كثير. So it's basically what you have is a sales pitch. My favorite illustration is a second-hand car salesman trying to convince you the car they are selling is really good.
Exactly.
Final point in this, the final one, he says, we have the Uthmanic manuscript in Topkapi and in other places. I almost got kicked out of Topkapi because I was explaining to my wife how this copy cannot ever be Uthman, because it was written in Kufi script. Kufa was not a Muslim country for a long time by then, so it was supposed to be Hijazi or Mutallaf, and it was written in portrait, where at the time they were using landscape or the other way around. So, and the ink itself and the font they are using, it couldn't be written at the time of Uthman. So there is so many holes. It ends up with the like what Anthony Flew says, it dies the death of 1,000 qualifications. You need an exception here, an exception here, an exception here, an exception here. It's like, anyway, sorry, I talked a lot.
No. I feel, thank you for that, man. It feels to me that the early Muslims all knew that this was just a bluff. This was a scam. And they were all in on it, because it benefited them. It helped them build an army. It helped them get a lot of women. It helped them get a lot of gold. And it helped them live a better life. So they were all okay with adjusting and changing the rules as it goes and just making up, because they were all in on the scam. It's like the luring center, the Somalian, kind of scam in the US. A lot of the Somalians were in on this. I mean, they all knew there was no daycares. They were okay. They were just making a lot of money and living the dream. So maybe if that would have succeeded and they would have wrote a book 200 years later, then now the believer of the luring center 200 years later will stick to the letter and will defend it to the death. But the people who were up until then were just a bunch of scammers. And it feels to me like the early Quran was just
not the people. It's the foundation. May I read something? It's in Arabic. I'll translate it after I read it. It's from Sahih ibn Habban. مرض أبو طالب فأتته قريش وأتاه النبي يعوده وعند رأسه مقعد رجل فقام أبو جهل فقعد فيه فشكوا رسول الله إلى أبي طالب فقالوا إن ابن أخيك يقع في آلهتنا قال ما شأن قومك يشكونك يا ابن أخي قال that's the important part يا عم إنما أردتهم على كلمة واحدة تدين لهم بها العرب وتؤدي إليهم بها العجم الجزية. So they are, his uncle was sick, they are surrounding around his bed and they start complaining, he's criticizing our gods, and he said, why are they criticizing you? He says, uncle, I wanted to gather them around one phrase, one sentence. The Arabs will obey them, buy it, and the non-Arabs will pay jizya to them. That's by design from in other narration تذل لهم بها العرب وتؤدي إليهم بها العجم الجزية. And funny enough,
this is like an admission. This is an admission.
And yes, you can find it.
This is like the Hillary Clinton emails, the Epstein files. This is an admission that it was a scam.
And you can find it in Sunan al-Tirmidhi and other places, because I'm looking now, I'm just trying to remember to get it English. Here's the translation of, oh nephew, what is that you want from these people? He said, oh, I only want one word from them, for which if they were to say it, then the Arabs will become their followers or their subject, and the non-Arabs will be jizya to them. It was like, yeah.
So this, from the beginning, started as a very racist, opportunist scam, who later on, when it got successful, people wanted in on the party, and they started changing a little bit the rules just because it was an exit. It was a startup. It was a very successful startup. In the beginning, it was like a very small team, seed investors, and then it had like more people coming in and said, listen, we can make way more money if we give a share a little bit to other people. And let's bring the Persians as well in, convert them as well. Let's steal their mind and brain and make this empire even bigger. And they were just kind of going.
Surah 9, verse 49, the tafsir of it is actually quite fascinating. It says, and some of their says, please pardon me or give me excuse and don't tempt me. And they go on, the tafsir, Muhammad went to some people went to some people who says, oh, come with me and raid Tabuk, so you will gain Banat al-Asfar, you will gain the blonde woman. اغزوا تغنموا بنات الأصفر. So, and the guy says, please oblige me and don't tempt me. And the Quran came to says, oh, he fell in heaven in سقطوا وإن جهنم محيطة بالكافرين. He fell in hell and he's a kafir. It's because he doesn't want to go and get the blonde women.
Wow.
That's Surah 9, verse 49. Check the tafsir of it sometime.
Which hadith was that, or which?
That's Surah Tawbah, Surah 9, verse 49.
So that person did not reach to heaven because he refused to join in on going and taking the blonde women, which is probably talking about the European Christian.
And they will tell you, oh, but that hadith is, is not right. Here I'm reading Tafsir al-Jalalain. ومنهم من يقول أذني في التخلف عن القتال ولا تفتني وهو الجد ابن قيس قال له النبي هل لك في جلاد بنات الأصفر فقال إني مغرم بالنساء وأخشى أن رأيت نساء بني الأصفر لأصبر عليهن وأفتتن. This is one. And you will find other says اغزوا تغنوا بنات الأصفر said لا تفتني بالنساء. So one says, the guy says, I can't go raiding with you because if I saw the blonde woman, I probably cannot control myself. Remember the guys who want to castrate themselves because they, And another would say, no, he actually came to him, says, come and raid and you will captive the blondes. And he says, get away from me and don't tempt me.
For the most peaceful and most advanced religion, allegedly, it sure is very much fixated on sex, on slavery, on women, subjugating and humiliating women, and on war and killing. Like almost everything that they try to portray themselves to the Western, they're the complete opposite.
Again, think of the context of his time. You have a desert and tribal people, and if they run out of war or food, they raid each other and so on and so forth. You cannot actually unify them under any authority unless this authority is divine. There is one of the Arabs before Islam, before Muhammad. And it says, I can't remember. He was supposed to be talking with the Rome, and he said that the Arabs are so stubborn, nobody would rule over them. So when it came as the divine ruling, what they were doing to each other as tribes, raiding each other, they start raiding other nations. And it literally came in a time, on the global scale, it came in a time that couldn't be more perfect for the Islam expansion. Because 40 years before Muhammad was born, you had the Justinian plague that wiped out 25% of humanity. But it affected the Sassanid and the Byzantine Empire more. So when he invaded north, Ghasasina or Manadira, the two northern Arab tribes that were protecting the southern border of Persia and Byzantia, they already not paid by either one, and they joined the Arab. And the two armies, the two most largest army for 30 years were killing each other, burning each other, grain supply, and so on. And just right around his death, there was one of the waves of the plague in Persia that took out the king, the entire royal family, and you had about 10 kings reclaiming for the throne within a couple of years. So in some cases, when the Arab army invaded, they were invading ghost cities.
Mm-hmm.
And because the Roman Empire was devastated by the plague. They increased the tax and they didn't pay for the German in the north, with the Germans start attacking at the same time. Because they increased the tax, some of the people under them, like in Egypt and other places, they actually welcomed the Arab because it could not be worse than the Romans. Because at some point, I believe it was Justinian, he invoked what's called death tax. If your neighbor died, you are under obligation to pay the tax that the dead neighbor would have supposed to pay. Because he didn't want to stop his project of building Hagia Sophia, and he was just and there's a plague going on. So it was a kind of a perfect storm for both the Persian and the Sassanid to actually collapse. And by the time
it was like the perfect storm for the creation of Nazi Germany. Yeah, it's a lot of time.
By the time Europe recovered, which is after the Black Death, and you find that's the actual power of Islam. Because during that time when it started mobilizing, it was going against completely shallow empires as far as force goes.
Yeah. No, for sure, because what we know that later on, like if you look today, they're quite down on the food chain of armies that are considered among the least capable armies, militaries in the world. When it comes to training, to logistics, to management, to mentality, they're quite pathetic, I have to say. If you go in the league, the big leagues.
Yeah, to manufacture it, because you cannot actually, as far as armies go, if you don't make your own weapon, you're also always under someone else's mercy.
Yeah. I mean, look at Syria. Look at Syria.
Like the American goes today is like, we want to disengage America from Israel. Yeah, actually, military-wise, that will be better for Israel because you cannot dictate policy to them after that, and they can make the weapon. But if America disengaged military from Egypt
collapsed
because we can't make we don't produce anything.
They don't produce anything.
When they tried to produce rockets in the 60s and cars, Nasser, we used German Nazi scientists. Which Israel in Operation Damocles took them out.
That's all in the Arab world, like you see. They barely built anything. I mean, they got lucky because they had a few camels who parked their Tusik next to a hole in the ground that had oil in it. They didn't have too much brain innovation that changed the state of today. But also, if you look at Syria, the Ahmed al-Shara and the Syrians, they were unable to defeat Bashar al-Assad, even at its weakest point. They were unable. They only were able to do that when Israel went to war and defeated all the enemies around them. And then Turkey came and joined. That's what I mean. They're not capable of sustaining proper civilization and maintaining proper armies for long. They're capable of swarming and taking advantage of different societies, living as a parasites in it, destroying it from within, and then moving like a locust to another culture where they will destroy. If you will make Europe now Muslim, you will end up European civilization. That's it. 2, 3, 4 generations going to become garbage bin, and then they will move to somewhere else. Because you will not have science anymore, you will not have other innovation, women will be completely taken out of the working force. Imagine what a loss it is to society when you can't have women working as engineers and women as working in different fields. Look at Afghanistan, they don't let even women go to school. You have just decided to ostrate yourself from 60% of your population, give or take, and say they are irrelevant for the advancement of the human race. I don't want to hear them. I don't want to learn from them. I don't want them to add anything to the discord. And that's just half of the population of Earth will be. Now we're talking also inside the population of men. Most of them are either not allowed to share anything because they will be killed because it goes against religion. And many of them will be the outcome of inbreeding. So you have a type of society that would literally destroy the planet like locusts, and like you said, they're built to always have an enemy. They cannot live in peace. So if you would let that happen, you would literally end planet Earth. It will become a point that the monkeys will rule over man, I think, after a while.
You actually just paraphrased or summarized Ibn Khaldun perfectly. Because the book exists in English. I can send that to you as well. But
now I want to read it.
Ibn Khaldun says...
I heard about it a lot, but I never really talked about this.
The Arabs, he's one of the father of sociology, probably. He says the Arabs, because of the nature of their living, are incapable of sustaining civilization. They will destroy a palace to use the stones, in his word, يستخدمون الحجارة ثالثة الأسافي. They will use the stones to put their pot in it for cooking. And they will destroy a house to use it as support for a tent. So that's what's Ibn Khaldun. And mentality, the hanging poems before Islam. And the one by Amr ibn Kulthum, he actually described the Arab mentality in annoyingly perfect. وَنَشْرَبُ إِنْ وَرَدْنَا الْمَاءَ صَفْوًا وَيَشْرَبُ غَيْرُنَا كَدْرًا وَطِينًا. If we give to water, we drink the clear water and we leave it muddy to anybody who come behind us. It's the exact opposite from the concept of Tikkun Olam. Because instead of making the world a better place for who follows, it's like, no. I will extract everything. I will leave it worse to whoever comes after me.
Yeah.
And I couldn't.
And look, like we have literally a living example. You don't have Christian migration going to Islamic countries. You don't have Jewish migration. They don't want to go there because it's a shit show. You have only Muslims that have colonized and occupied the land, destroyed it, who are fleeing to another land. They came to Syria, it belonged to the Christians. They took it from them, they destroyed it, and now they're running to Europe. They came to Lebanon, they're destroying it right now. They haven't finished doing that. They went to Iran, they destroyed it, and now a lot of them are running outside. Afghanistan, Iraq, even Morocco. They take so much pride in Morocco, and I respect the Moroccans. But guys, why is it that so many Moroccans are running to Europe and not so many Europeans are moving to Morocco? Let's be honest about it.
Study-wise, you actually have much better example, Judea, because it was under the British, and then under the Jordanian, then under Israel, and then under the Palestinian Authority. So you can actually study the same group of people, not different countries, not different society, not different, the same culture, the same group of people under different administration. And I really hope someone does the study, because in every possible metric you would look, it was completely down under the Jordanian. It climbed up under Israel administration, then it went down under the Palestinian Authority again. The same people, not another group, not another country, not another culture. And
I have a good I have a good theory. The Greeks, gave us so much, and then they evolved into the Romans. They gave us much more. And then they evolved into the Christian Roman Church and the Christians. And then they gave us Europe, and then we got America, and we got the West. Now we have ChatGPT, and we have people that went to the moon, and we have submarines and airplanes. Go a bit before, Egypt was like, my God, they built the pyramids. Like Egypt was the Rome of the world. But today, so many years later, that civilization was not been able to pick itself up and to go back to its golden days and go good. Persia, same thing, was unable to pick themselves up and to go out. Even though Rome fell, Rome still picked itself, went up, and it's because it was a society that was like a cycle. You have something, it goes birth, and something better comes out. But whenever Islam take over, it's a cap. That's it. That civilization will never be able to go to its glory days. It will only go back. Egypt, the same thing. Islam took over. Because you do have, it's like, come on, man. Thank God that Islam didn't take over Rome. If Islam would have went over Rome, we would have not have airplanes today.
The reason, actually, I understand perfectly what you're saying, but it actually goes a little bit further back than that. Because
I'm thinking out loud with you. I'm thinking out loud.
What the Greek implement, what European implemented within the Greek. We use Greek vocabulary, but we have something within that's not Greek at all. It's Jewish. The idea that's that because in the flat line of the default, everybody is equal, everybody made in the image of God. So, and the personal responsibility, and that the people actually are not essentially good. So you don't have the divine rule. So the best document in European Western political philosophy is the American Constitution, which start with the three magic word, we the people. Because we take the people to be the foundation. If you want to we the people, you need to give them freedom of expression, freedom of association, responsibility, and so on, including believing and disbelieving and so on. On the other side, that's why it always failed, always well, you have the concept of hakimiyya. وَمَنْ لَمْ يَحْكُمْ بِمَا أَنزَلَ اللَّهُ فَأُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الْكَافِرُونَ الْفَاسِقُونَ الظَّالِمُونَ. Whoever doesn't rule by what Allah revealed is our kafirs, transgressor, and so on. And so the people don't have the right to actually make laws, correct themselves, or rule themselves, because they will give it the perfect code of conduct for eternity in the 7th century. They only can enact that code. So when you look at two societies like Iran and Egypt, you said, and versus Spain, what was the difference? Why Spain picked itself up? Because in Egypt, you changed the language itself, because we lost our collective memory. And our memory became Arab until we translated Rosetta Stone. The Persian, they didn't lose their language, but they lost the foundation of the human individual. And we still have Islam, you still the hierarchy of human being and freedom of opinion, you still see it. You're not allowed to, whatever it is, wearing hijab or not, believing Islam or not. So you lose that individuality. Spain recovered because Spain lost the foundation of Islam and recovered the foundation of individuality with, whether they did it right or wrong, that's not the point. Because the people in Spain after the Reconquista recover something very important, that they can make mistakes, they can correct themselves, they can mess things up. And
critical thinking.
Yeah, but in Islamic history and today, what are people calling for? Let's outsource our freedom to the sheikhs and to the mullahs and to whoever tells us. And then you get al-hukm bil-haqq al-ilahi, the ruler, the shadow of Allah on earth.
Wow.
We had that in Europe in the Middle Ages. But we went from that because everybody made God's image. We overthrow the popes, the tyrant. We said, no, we changed. We can't call laws that we enacted and we practiced, like the guy you were telling you was telling you it's different. Okay. Oh, back then they grow up quicker, and 9 years old was like 40 today. Okay. I can call the whatever law we had in Europe, America, and in many places, that was evil. And I have no problem. This is okay. People in the Bible practice slavery. Yeah, and it was evil. You mean people in the Bible practice evil? Absolutely. The Bible itself says that. The Muslim cannot do this because they cannot call that practice evil, because they already said Muhammad can practice evil. The best they can do is they freeze it. So slavery today in Islam, it's frozen.
Same thing with underage marriage. Same thing.
When will it stop? Maybe when they start, like ISIS. Remember ISIS justification for why they had the Yazidi slave market, because the abolition of slavery was imposed upon us by the Crusaders and the infidels. It's not Islam.
So repeat that last one. Repeat that. There's like a crazy discussion that is happening on my channel here.
Okay. I'm not because I'm your YouTube is on the other screen.
No. It's good that you're ignoring it. It seems like they're arguing with some guy who's pretending to be a Jew, but he's not, and he's just getting a lot of heat. But I didn't read it all.
When ISIS in 2017, Daesh reopened the slave market in their magazine called Dabiq, I believe. The justification for the slave market, because they said the abolition was imposed on Islam by European infidels and crusaders. So we didn't want to abolish slavery. In 18, I believe it was 1885, there was a guy called Charles Gordon. They called him China Gordon. Was in Sudan. the British convoy to Sudan. He was killed because one of the things he wanted to do was to close the slave market. They killed him.
Yeah, I know. That's why it's even Muslims are admitting that the end of slavery was forced on them by the Christians.
Oh,
but
yeah.
then
I
you
have
have
a
the
friend of
Christians
mine
today
was
hating themselves and advocating for the Muslims.
I had a friend of mine, Saudi, who was born a slave because slavery ended in Saudi in the 60s. So there was people who are older, within their 60s or 65 Saudi. If you see a black Saudi who's over 65 or over 60, most likely he was born a slave.
Yeah, and they still call them abid. Like, when I was hiking in Jordan.
I don't know about Saudi. In the Emirates, they call them khal.
How do they call them?
Khal,
uncle. No, in Jordan they call them abid, and in
Palestine.
Palestine.
Oh yeah, Jordan, Lebanon, and Palestine. I lived in Lebanon for sometimes.
They call the black people abid, which is slave.
Yeah, hadol abid. It's like the first time I heard, they said, "What?" Turns out the word for black is in Lebanese Arabic as well. Lebanon, Jordan. I lived in Jordan for a year, so it's the same thing.
It's slave. Yeah. I remember because I was walking. When I walked out of Jordan, we got to a Bedouin camp, and they called us from, they like to talk to you because you're just walking the desert. So
the nicer word, by the way, in Arabic is not even nicer, because the other word they use, zinji, which is zinj. It's coming from Zanzibar, called Zinjabar back then, because that was the Zanzibar slave trade, where they give us in Islamic history, gave us the Zinj rebellion, which they literally would castrate them and get them to work in Iraq salt marshes until they die.
Yeah. I'm curious to know, how would Egypt and Persia look today if Christianity would have still been holding them, if Islam would have never affected them? Because, Alexander the Great and later on the Christians and etc. Because we do know that Persia played a crucial role in rebuilding the Muslim empire. They, gave them a lot of their knowledge, their wisdom, their science, their technology, their culture, and later on they destroyed it and they moved out. I wonder how would have that looked like if Christianity would have been the one to defeat them and to take over them and to rule over them. And the same thing with Egypt, because I feel like so much precious knowledge was lost.
You really don't need to wonder. They would have looked like Israel.
Probably.
Because because remove Islam, then you would have the same culture and linguistic and memory river.
True, Israel is the only one that survived from them.
Yeah, it would have continued with the same river, because if history remained as it is, you still have the same stupidity of anti-Semitism, medieval Europe, and all that. But once you get there from Reformation on, it would have become like Israel.
Interesting.
Across the region, and because
imagine that.
In the history, look currently, the country that actually practice Islam, especially legally, less, are more prosperous. The second you start, because the problem is not just the religion, because the problem when you start to practice as a religion is you're saying this is a divine rule, if you oppose it, you're dead. Like in 1985, there was a Sudanese scholar by name Mahmoud Muhammad Taha. The guy was actually quite brilliant as a philosopher. He tried to introduce a solving for the problem of violence in Islam. He said we have two different kinds of Islam. We have the universal one of Mecca. That's the peaceful, no legal system, no punishment, no rule of law, whatever. It's just calling people to worship Allah and be nice and be kind. He said that's a universal message. And then you have the one for Medina with the laws and punishment and all that. This is where the rule of ruling a political entity, and that's not universal. So Islam today can go, the peaceful universal one can go to any country and those countries can adopt to whatever political system their citizens wish to adopt. And you want to guess what happened to Taha? Because he says it's peaceful, it's nice, and we can coexist with everybody. You want to guess what happened to him?
What happened?
He was executed publicly under Numeri for apostasy. Because how dare you say we could be peaceful?
Oh my God! You get executed for saying that that Islam could be peaceful.
He was executed. It's like no. We're not. We
kill him. He said we're peaceful. Execute him. What?
No, it's because he did have philosophically. He did actually have a very sophisticated worldview that could have given you a different version of Islam without rejecting the violent passages. He says yes, those were violent specifically for Medina, for ruling over a certain area at a certain time and moving on. So you kept it in a historical context. But nope, we would like the violent one to be valid today.
It's not profitable for the perverts and for the greedy, which seems to have been the moving factor of a big part of the expansion of that religion. Anyway, brother, thank you so much.
Thank you. As always, lovely to talk to you. And as always, whenever I run into you, I have no idea where we're going to go.
I have no idea. I have no idea as well. We went with mounting Muhammad in the desert, with a hadith, and all the way into philosophy, Greeks, and science fiction.
Yeah, because I love how your mind works. It's just,
all over the place. But yeah, it's fascinating.
It's good, and people can take from it whatever it is. And
yeah, I think people definitely enjoyed it. So thank you so much, brother. Stay safe. And I still need to reach back to you because I still want to have you, me, and Khalifa.
Okay, anytime. The funny thing is, he DM'd me a few days. No, I want to interview you, and then we keep running into each other. We do long.
I know.
Which is really good.
And the big problem is, I almost never check X. So I always check X like after 4, 5, 6, sometimes after 2 weeks, and I'm like, damn it, they replied to me. And because I'm living in Germany and people get really annoyed here from ringing phones, so I turned all the notifications on my phone out because I get a lot of notifications. Yeah. So now I don't get notification at all. So if I don't remember to go and check it, I end up not answering people.
Yeah, but for me, it's actually it's always fun this way because I don't know what you're going to ask me, so I have to work from memory. If I know beforehand what you're going to ask me, what happens is I over prepare.
We're getting this raw. This is raw.
Yeah,
this is
because I started trying to get the things, and when I over prepare, it's like, oh, there's a lot to ram in. Then I speak too fast, and I don't explain things, and then end up disaster. So I always, when someone says, "Oh, we need to talk," yes, we can, but please don't tell me what you're going to ask me on the spot.
No, you're very good at from your hip. You're very good in instinctive shooting. You brought so much here, brother. Thank you so much.
Shavua Tov.
Shavua Tov, ma'asalami, and I'll see you next time.
See you next time.
Yalla, bye. Let's try 3 more. Turkey.
ده نابيون يا
السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام. نصن
ده شو الأحوال? You guys don't speak Arabic, right?
Yeah.
How is life in Turkey?
It's good.
It's good. All right. Is that a Brazil shirt? Which shirt is this?
I can't speak English, bro. I can speak Arabic, بابا. ده نابيون.
تحكي عربي؟
مصري أنا.
أنت مصري. But you can speak English.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you think about Israel?
Fuck Israel.
You don't like Israel?
No.
Why not?
أرد عليك عربي عشان مش عارف أتكلم إنجليزي.
Arabic.
إسرائيل مغتصبين يا باشا. إسرائيل دولة، هي مش دولة أولا ومش كيان وأنا مش معترف بيها إنها موجودة على وجه الأرض، بس هم ناس ما عندهمش لا رحمة، لا عندهم دين، لا عندهم أي حاجة، لا ما عندهمش إنسانية. تمام؟ عندهم القتل والاغتصاب والكلام ده كله مباح. وفوق عن كل ده بيقتلوا في اخواتنا الفلسطينيين.
Okay. Anyway, guys, have a good day. Wow, so much nonsense. I just lost brain cells.
Hitler.
Why do you like Hitler?
Because he killed the Jewish.
And anything else that makes you like Hitler other than the fact
No,
that
no,
he
he
killed
killed the Jews.
All right, so you like killing the Jews?
I don't like them.
But you like Hitler for killing the Jews?
Yeah,
Are you Muslim?
yeah,
Is Islam the religion of peace?
yeah.
Then why do you like killing so much?
That's all. I don't like killing. I like killing Jews.
But that doesn't sound very peaceful.
خلاص بنتي مش هينفع اصلا
Bunch of clowns. Iraq. Oh my God.
German.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Saudi Arabia. You have something on your beard.
It's tuna.
Tuna.
No, it's not mayonnaise.
It's mayonnaise.
It's semen.
Yeah.
Semen from your friend
It's
there.
mine.
I figured out.
They are mine.
I know. Why are you gay?
Oh my ash! Oh god damn it! Oh, hello, sir.
Hi.
Oh, how are you doing?
I'm good. What happened to your tusik?
Guten Abend.
Guten Abend.
Yeah. My ash, right? It's my ass.
Yeah, what happened to it?
It's this wooden thing is comfortable for 5 minutes, then it's not.
Okay. I hope you're good.
Yeah, brother. I'm all right. I'm all
Okay.
right. I can see that you are a pro-Palestine.
Yeah. In some ways, what do you think about Palestine?
I think they suffered. They suffered a lot.
What do you think the solution for their suffering should be?
Oh, brother, you should have left this question to the end of the conversation, but
start from the hot topic.
Let me
no foreplay.
I'm gonna be sarcastic. Have you heard of the Tifu?
The who?
The Tifu.
Tifu? No. What is that?
It's a Algerian whatchamacallit. It's an Algerian concept.
Mm-hmm.
That we should not discriminate against Jews, but we should hate Palestine. But we should hate Israel.
Okay, so that's an Algerian concept.
But we ought to not support Israel. Let's just say that.
But not hate the Jews.
No, absolutely not.
Okay, who made that verdict?
Yeah, it's became organic, like an organic thing. Like the Tifo is you see when we play football, we still do what we call Caracas. You know you know what Borussia Dortmund does with that guy with the binoculars on a football match, right? Like the ultras, like I'm not into football, so this is why I'm not having the correct.
Okay, so what's the point then? What's the solution then?
Oh Jesus, goddamn! I would not be so arrogant to say that I have a solution. I think I don't.
I respect that.
I think I don't. But I think international intervention should take place.
I respect it. Do you think they can ever live in peace? Palestine and Israel.
Yeah,
they can.
Yeah. They have been Israel, Palestine, and the Jews. They can. Palestine and Israel. I don't think so, because the whole purpose of Israel being created is to create turmoil within and instability within the region, because that's good for business. And
you don't think the purpose for the Jewish state is to have a country for the Jews, like the only country they have?
Yeah, let's replace Jews with Muslims.
But you have already Muslims all over the region. You have in Algeria, you have in Egypt, you have in Morocco.
Yeah, but it's a country, right, that has existed while its population being Muslim. It's not created for that.
No, there wasn't Palestine as a country. That's not true.
Yeah, by the modern definition of a country.
The only country that was there before was actually the Jewish country. After that, that part was a disputed area that belonged to the Ottomans, to the Christians, to the Syrians. Like it was just passed out.
The UK.
Between.
Yeah. I get that, but by our conventional understanding of what a country is, it didn't exist, right?
Yeah.
But there were a lot of what you call it. It was a society. It was a good functioning society. Like, look, right before then,
Palestine was a good functioning society.
Yeah.
When?
Before Israel, they were.
How come they were? Before Israel, it was almost like the garbage bin of the Ottoman Empire. They will send their outcasted people. It was full of malaria and swamps. It was full of death and killing.
So was Europe.
And no, Europe was not. Europe was the beacon of humanity, man, for a very long time. Let's be honest. The Greek, the Roman Empire, ChatGPT, and the United States of America, it all came from Europe, man. It didn't come from Algeria or from Palestine.
Medieval times?
They had their dark ages, yeah. Well, the golden era of Islam was also dark ages, but they came out of it.
Yeah, so what? And they came out of it too?
Who got to the moon? Who invented airplanes and the internet?
Listen, brother, I'm a globalist.
Yeah.
I'm a globalist. Me personally, I do not believe in shit like it shouldn't tie me being an Algerian. It shouldn't tie me to have a voice on a global scale. I don't think it shouldn't. Who got into the moon? Okay, Soviets. Sorry, not Soviets to the moon. What do you say? The NASA, Americans, right?
Americans and the Russians. Yeah, they were both kind of competing. No, my point is, these civilizations, you cannot compare them and say they were like.
I said functioning society. I didn't say.
No, but you're saying that Palestine was a functioning society, and I challenge when in history was Palestine a functioning society?
Throughout all of it, right before Israel. Do you think that Jews and Christians didn't live there before?
They were functioning very well. Yeah, the Muslims were not functioning very well there, man.
Do you know that the Ottoman Empire gave them the rights to live there?
The Ottoman Empire also was the biggest trader of slavery and genocidal.
Do you know? So was the U.S.
Yeah, but they stopped it. The Christians abolished slavery. Yeah. The Muslims were forced to stop slavery through the Christians. That's a different story. No. You're mixing things in history. No. How come Palestine was a good state before Israel? I tell you, for example, I'm an Arab who actually live in Israel. Okay.
What? Society? I said society.
Yeah, I'm just telling you. For example, in Israel, my sister, my mother, can walk freely in the street. Can vote, can work, can share her opinion. We can criticize the government. I can come and criticize Bibi Netanyahu. I can say I like him, I don't like him. No one is going to kill me for that. We have Druze girls, for example, in Israel, at the age of 16, they sent a satellite to space.
Okay.
In a school project. You have, meanwhile, Druze girls in Syria being kidnapped and sold as sex slaves. You have the same thing was happening in Palestine before. It was not a good place. So
it was functioning society.
It was not only functioning, it was a swamp. People were dying of malaria. The Jews came and actually rid the malaria.
And what's the point of this?
Made the desert green and made a functioning country. So your point was that Palestine was a functioning country before the Jews is completely wrong. Historically, in every aspect.
I think I'm correct. I still persist. I do not trust GPT on this shit.
It's not GPT, man.
Political stuff. Especially political stuff. I don't trust it.
So what do you trust? What's your source of history?
I mean what I have read from books.
What did you read? The Quran?
Do you know that? No. Yeah, I have, but no.
So what's your source of history to claim what you're claiming right now, that Palestine was a prosperous country, which wasn't?
Are you trying to put me in a gotcha moment?
No, it's not a gotcha. I'm actually trying to understand.
I can recollect my sources if you gave me the time, but we don't have it.
No, okay, but if you claim something, you need to somehow be able to back it out. Even you can say, I don't remember exactly.
I didn't know that I'm walking into a debate when I took off my shirt and I relaxed here to talk to people.
No, you shared an opinion, and that opinion was challenged. It's not a walking into a debate.
Okay, I'm ill-prepared. I concede this point. I did not say that. I know that Israel has the most startups in any country today. They have. Yeah, and let's not talk about the technocratic maniacs that want to rule over the U.S. right now. I don't deny the greatness of the U.S. I'm heavily influenced by the U.S. My dream country to live in is the U.S. I don't have any freedom here.
We're all.
I cannot say that I oppose the president. I cannot say that I oppose Islam here. I'll get into jail in Algeria where I live.
Yeah.
I understand what authority means. I understand what abusing it can do to people. I have lived it myself. I am a secular. I'm not a Muslim. I have been raised and born a Muslim. I have a lot of respect to Islam and Muslims. Also, I do to the Jews, to the Christians. I do not discriminate against anybody.
I respect that. Listen, I respect that. I respect that, and
but I know that Israel. Let's just talk like broadly. Do you want me to give a broad point? I'm not prepared, but I can say that Israel, right? Israel's right to exist. This was the question at first, right? This was I think every Jew can have the right to exist and live, and the things I wish for myself, right?
Yeah.
Things I wish for myself, I also wish people could have.
Yeah.
I'm a pacifist. But imagine like, okay, so a Jew can, like Israel was not built like, let's say the US. It was built on a foundation that anybody can come and live here.
Israel or the US?
The US.
Yeah.
It was built that the land of the dream, the American dream, that you can come here, achieve your dreams, be who you are without being prosecuted, yada, yada, yada.
Mm-hmm.
And it has somewhat created that dream, right?
Mm-hmm.
Humans are imperfect, so there will be imperfections. There was slave trade.
No, the American dream, the American creation is a beautiful.
It's a beautiful concept, right? It's a beautiful concept. It has been till now. It's like we can find negative things, of course.
Yeah, but it changed the world. It changed the world. It made the world a better place. I 100% agree.
I 100% agree.
They ran away from the traditional European kind of monarchy, and they created a free country.
To the people.
Yeah.
Why don't the Jews just live there?
In America?
Yeah.
Well, some Jews live there. There's actually more Jews living in America than in Israel. But
they did. Muslims do.
Yeah, but the question is, why can't the Jews live in Israel?
Creating another. I didn't say they can't.
No, I know, but what we're talking right now, does Israel have a right to exist as a state, as a country?
The current, with its plan to expand and basically commit a genocide. No, they don't. They don't have a right to commit genocide.
But they're not committing a genocide.
Oh.
The Jews are committing a genocide?
I didn't say the Jews.
The Israel.
Yeah, Israel is.
Which genocide are they committing?
Israel and the IOF. Well, let me give you the
first. You mean the IDF? But tell me.
Let me give you the first.
I don't want to put you in a gotcha moment, but you're using words that you don't know what they mean. I mean, if they were committing a genocide, then how
they
is
have exterminated them? All of them? No.
No. How is the population actually growing?
The definition of genocide.
Yeah.
Right? It includes the word partially or wholly. It doesn't. You don't have to drink all the entirety of the sea to understand that it is salty.
No, actually, that's not the definition. Let's give the definition here.
Yeah, well, what do you define genocide?
Let's read the definition.
Yeah, sure.
The most widely accepted legal definition comes from the United Nations Convention, etc., etc., etc.
Yeah,
okay.
Read it out aloud.
Killing members of a group, causing serious body or mental harm to members of a group, deliberately creating living conditions intended to bring about the group physical destruction, imposing measures intended to prevent birth within the group, forcibly transferring children of that group to another group. Now, let me answer these ones because I actually come from Israel. In Israel, every year, they're bringing thousands... No, they're bringing thousands of Palestinian women into Israel, helping them to give birth. So Israel is actually helping Palestinians to give birth. That's number one. Number two...
They say every baby born in Gaza is a future terrorist.
Well, no, Israel's not saying that. Number two is imposing measures intended to prevent birth. Okay, we answered that. Forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. Israel has been sending platforms and flyers into Gaza during the entire war and phone calls, millions of them, telling them, guys, please evacuate women and children from this neighborhood to this neighborhood. We're going to come and try to fight
your
Hamas.
Neighborhood.
Huh?
Because we're gonna bomb your neighborhood.
No,
It's
because
like
we're gonna
me telling
fight
you, hey,
Hamas. You can't ignore that, man. We're trying to have an intelligent conversation. They're gonna fight Hamas there.
Brother, fuck Hamas.
I know, but they're fighting them. So my point is, if Israel wanted to genocide them, they will not tell them get out of harm's way.
No, come on, brother.
And the easy one is if Israel wanted to genocide them, man, they will all be dead. Israel is capable of killing them all.
Brother, that's a mute point. That's a mute point. You cannot just say, let's say, for example, I shot at you, right? I shot you with a gun, and I just fucking disabled you. Like I hit your spine, and you are now disabled for life. Right?
No, but listen.
Does that erase the intent of kill? Does that erase the intent of murder? It doesn't.
So Israel is not intending. Sorry for cutting in. Israel is not intending to kill the Palestinians.
No. One moment.
But you use the terms of okay.
By your definition, if they wanted the genocide, they would all be dead, right?
Yeah.
So Hitler didn't commit a genocide.
He tried.
He didn't.
No, but he tried.
Yeah, do you concede that Hitler didn't?
Who stopped Hitler? No, let's go with that. Who stopped Hitler from committing a genocide? That's important. Who stopped him?
Did he?
But who stopped him? Did
he?
Yes, he tried to commit.
He tried, he didn't.
But why didn't he? No, that's okay, answer that. Why didn't he?
No.
No, don't say no. Answer that. Why didn't Hitler?
You're not gonna shuffle me.
It's not shuffle. It's literally asking you a question.
Trying to shuffle me. He was stopped by the Bolsheviks, basically, which was the creation of Zionists. The first genocide that the Zionists committed were the 30 to 50 million.
No, stick with Hitler for a second, man. Hitler tried to commit a genocide. We know that. Why did he not succeed? You started that. Answer that.
Do you think that he did not commit a suicide? He committed suicide. That came out wrong. A genocide.
Are you saying Nazi Germany did not try to commit a genocide?
By your definition, you are saying that they didn't. Fucking course they did.
They did.
Yeah, sure, 100%. And so did Israel today.
No, okay, but we can talk about that claim, but right now let's stick to that.
Listen, if we don't stop Israel, they will achieve what Hitler didn't.
But who's stopping Israel? Israel's not even trying. Who's stopping it?
What do you mean he's not trying?
Who is stopping Israel right now for committing a genocide?
Look, they displaced 2 million people. 2 fucking million people. That's a lot. That's a lot of people.
What do you mean displaced them? Where are they now?
What do you mean, where are they now?
Where are they now?
Are they in Gaza?
Yeah.
They fucking.
So they were not displaced. Actually, have you watched the videos lately in Gaza? They're dancing and celebrating.
I live in Constantine. If you bomb Constantine, then I live in a refugee camp in Algiers. That does not make me a displaced man, a displaced person.
Listen, man, I thought it's going to be an intelligent conversation, man.
You are just reciting Zionist propaganda.
I'm not reciting. I'm just asking you questions. You can't answer them.
Do you know about the Bolshevik revolution?
I know, and I've heard that many times, and they're trying to claim that the Israelis are committing a genocide and yada, yada. I live in Israel, man. You guys are talking nonsense.
It's fine. I don't have anything against an Israeli.
No, but you're claiming things that are just accurately wrong, fundamentally. Like, you can't have a conversation like this.
Listen, my government is being tyrannical. I would deny that. If somebody told me that Algeria is denying of their human rights to speech and I would concede to that. It's just fact. My heart isn't in the country. My heart is in my people.
You're saying fact, but you're not talking facts. When you're talking about Israel committing a genocide, you need to be accurate. You can say that Israel is at war with Gaza, 100%. You can say innocent people died in that war, 100%.
War brother, you have nuclear weapons. The fuck you mean war? War with who? War with who? Buildings? Children?
What do you mean? October 7 didn't happen?
Then why the... There are a lot of testimonies of patrol soldiers being told not to patrol that day.
No, there's not.
Let's not get into that.
No, there's not, man. You're making things up.
Why would I be making things up?
Listen, man, I was an officer in the IDF. I know that there's not. There's no patrols that were told not to do. In the IDF, yes.
What was your role exactly?
I was a commander.
Sergeant? Commander?
Yeah.
So you had to build in all commands from the AC to what do you call it? AC? We call it AC. The command center.
Yeah. What about it?
Operational command center. So you So you gave orders to bomb a building?
No, we never gave orders to bomb civilians. What are you talking? Bomb who?
Were you involved in a raid?
Yeah, I was in the special forces. I was involved in quite a lot of raids. Not in this particular war.
Me too. I was in the parachute regiments of the Algerian military. I have served for 6 years. I have fought against Boko Haram.
Really?
Yes, sir. I can show you the medals. I can show you my amputated leg.
You got amputated,
brother. I'm a war veteran. I'm a war veteran, and I know how brutal war is. And this is why I'm saying it's a fucking genocide, brother. Let's just not skip. It's a genocide. You might have served your country. You might have loved your country. I respect that. I have to, but my country is shit. I admit, right? We are not. You should not be one-dimensional.
No. Listen, what I'm saying here is I'm not coming and. First of all, my respect for you, my condolences for what happened, and a lot of respect for any veteran around the world, especially if you fought Boko Haram and others. These guys are monsters.
Do you know what the shit they spew? We have interrogated 4 of them.
What?
They genuinely believe that Algeria is a kafir state. Right?
Why?
Because we allow people to drink. We do not enforce. We do not have a Sharia law in place.
Because they're Salafi Muslims. They want to make...
Yeah, and we have had a civil war with them.
Yeah.
1991 to 2000. And what happened back in the day, these movements of extreme Islamists, right? Do you consider yourself a Zionist?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know that the Quran was written by the Jews? By Rabbi Jews?
I'm unaware of that as a fact. I've heard that rumor, but as far as I know, it was actually written by.
If you can read Arabic, you can leave me your socials, and we'll give you the full a few links you can check, a few sources you can check.
Mm-hmm.
It was 100% controlled opposition. It's a great plan. It's a beautiful plan. It's well executed.
Yeah.
And, yeah. Islam was just created to justify Islamophobia, basically.
Man, come on, man.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah, 100%. I fucking hate Islamists.
It's okay, but I mean, come on, man. Islam is.
I was being hyperbolic here. So.
Islam is trying to genocide a lot of religions, including the Jews. It's to come and say that the Jews created that to create Islamophobia. I mean, that just doesn't make sense.
No, I'm just being hyperbolic, but it's true. It was written by Jewish rabbis.
Why would they write Islam then?
The brother of law.
No, why would they do that?
To create a controlled opposition. And it got out of hand, and Muslims created their own identity, and they became the opposition without being controlled.
So you would say that Islam is a made-up religion, then?
All religions are made up.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
No, fair. If that's your belief, fair enough.
Yeah. I mean, it's just stories. We take it. Have you ever heard of the Epic of Gilgamesh?
Yeah.
What do you think about it?
I didn't hear enough about it to actually have an opinion, but I've.
Have you? Okay, so I trust that you have read the Torah and the Zabur and all. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually.
The Old Testament
right here.
Okay.
I read it, and I actually walked all of Israel and Jordan.
That looks out. Oh, I love when a book is outworn.
Yeah, man. It's I walked all of Israel with it. I walked all of Jordan with it. I've read it where it happened.
That's so cool. Yeah, so if you read the Epics of Gilgamesh, you will find stories of Noah, a story of a prophet who cannot speak, and yet God spoke to him and gave him immense strength.
No, I'm aware of these stories.
A golden ox and whatever. It's the same thing. Judaism was made up. Christianity was made up. Islam was made up. All of it was made up. I believe that, and I stand by that shit.
No, fair enough. That's you can definitely have that opinion.
If we talk scientifically, we can refute all of them without even resorting to the Epic of Gilgamesh argument. A lot of bullshit, a lot of misconceptions, a lot of factually incorrect information, right? Scientifically, empirically improved that they are like the thing with God is above. Yeah.
Yeah.
What does above mean? We can see that the Earth is a globe, right? If you say the Earth is flat, I will skip you.
No, man, I don't think it's flat.
Beautiful, beautiful. You're not that dumb. So if you take the globe, what is up?
What's the point you're making?
Well, like most of people believe that there are 7 heavens and God is above and whatnot.
No, I think it was a terminology that they used back then because they couldn't really give words to things they didn't understand. Now we know.
How are you being communed by God? And He didn't tell you that there is a solar system, that there is a galaxy. I think God should have told you that if He communes to you. That's a fucking huge thing.
No, in the Bible, actually, in the Bible, it is mentioned that there's the stars and the heavens and the sun.
They didn't understand what stars are. They thought they are sparkling things in the sky. They didn't know that they are they are akin to the sun, and the sun is a star. God damn it, they thought that the stars are something different than the sun. They thought the moon is something equivalent to the sun.
What's your point? That's what I'm trying to understand here. Like there is things today. No, listen. There is things today that me and you don't understand. That doesn't prove a point.
My point is
like the fact that people back then did not have a telescope or did not land on the moon.
But you are communed by God. Why didn't He tell you?
Who is you? What are you talking about?
Muslims, Christians, whatever.
So you're talking about religions, okay?
Yeah, all the religions, the Abrahamics, let's say. It's easy to refute Hinduism. Easy, fucking easy. Aryans gave them some cows and they started worshiping them. So
yeah. Hey, listen, man.
What do you think about the Ashkenazi Jews? Which I think you are one of them.
No, I'm not. I'm actually an Arab. I'm a Druze. I'm a Druze.
A Druze, yeah.
Yeah. So
you're not white
I
to me,
think.
so sorry. I miss. Maybe.
No, it's okay. It's okay, man. All good. I think that all humans, I respect them regardless of their religion, their background,
But there is a saying: hate the game, not the player.
Yeah. So from my experience with Ashkenazi Jews that I know, the majority of them are wonderful people, very smart. They brought the best of Europe and the Western world. No, I'll explain.
I mean, what do you think about the for example, the Sephardic Jews? They originated.
Let me explain. It's getting hot here, so let me explain. So, the Ashkenazi Jews, what made Israel so special is the fact that it combined.
It was built by Proto-European Jews.
No, that's not my point. It was heavily influenced, definitely. It brought the best out of the Northern African tribal family kind of oriented culture and the individualist scientific Western culture of Europe. And they came together. So when you're in Israel, you feel like you're in Europe, but you feel like you're in Algeria a little bit. You feel like you are in, Switzerland in some ways, or France, and you feel like you are in Morocco.
Are you trying to say that it is a melting pot?
It's a very good, successful melting pot. And I'll add this. And it's a secular one. That's what makes it different, let's say, than some Muslim countries that are failing to do the same melting pot, is because Israel is an actual democracy. So you have a secular melting pot that a mix of Ashkenazi Jews, Russian Jews, Moroccan Jews, Algerian Jews, but not only.
It's really a melting pot only for Jews.
No. There's 2 million Muslims.
Let me ask you a question. Me, as an Algerian, right?
Yeah.
Can I apply for an Israeli citizenship?
You can try. But let me just answer that.
For an American citizenship, right?
Yeah, and I
can become American. I can be American, and
they might revoke you. They might approve to you. So let me just explain for a second.
So it depends on what are the criteria.
So let me explain for a second. So in Israel, in that melting pot, it's not only melting pot for the Jews. I'm a Druze, for example. There's about 2 million Muslims in Israel. There's about almost 200,000 Christians, and there's a lot of other religions, and they all get equal rights and equal citizenship. So you end up having a country that have literally nurtured in a very democratical, free way. It's not a perfect country, by far.
No country.
No country is perfect. But what make it so successful, comes and it says everybody have the freedom of religion. You can be Muslim, you can be Christian, you can be Hinduist, you can be atheist, you can be Buddhist, you can be whatever you want.
Okay.
And
that's theoretical, though.
No, that's real. That's not theoretical. I live there. That's real. I'm telling you right now as a first-hand witness.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, and you can either believe me or not. I'm not expecting you, but I'm.
I trust that you will be. I trust that you will at least have. At least that you're honest with me. So
I'll be honest with you.
I must take you for your word.
Listen, I will tell you if you have questions, I'll answer to the best of my knowledge, honestly. So
I believe so too. Yeah.
So the point is now, does Israel have problems? Yes. Does Israel have issues of racism? Yes. But also New York have it. Also Russia have it. Everyone have it.
We do.
You can go in anywhere in the world. Here in Germany, people would like you for the color of skin, not. But as a system, in Israel, they don't discriminate. For example, some of the best.
Do you think? Okay, so it's the same example with the U.S.
Israel is in some ways very similar to the U.S. in that aspect. Yes.
Because they inspired their whole.
No, that's what I mean. It's a much more Western civilization with.
It's the only fully Western civilization in
the Middle East. But what give it an edge, let's say over Europe, if you ask me, is it still have the tribal, family-oriented a little bit culture that were taken from northern part of Africa mostly. Because people like to say, these African countries are failing. No, guys, there is good things about them.
Listen, so people used to live here. I know a lot of places where people had like Jewish ancestry. We have a place called Ghardaya.
Mm-hmm.
I'm 100% sure that I have seen a lot of Israelis talking about Ghardaya as their motherland because they were here and they had their Jewish community here.
Yeah, there is Jews from Israel that are very proud that they came from Algeria. They're very proud of their food, their culture, and their heritage. Yes.
Yeah, that's fine. But why would you go there?
To Israel.
Yeah.
Because they were safer in Israel.
Okay.
They had a better opportunity to live a better life in Israel.
Right. So it's the same concept of the U.S.
Huh?
Do we agree that it's the same concept?
It's very similar to the U.S. concept, only a much more.
But it's only for the Jews.
There is, it's not only for the Jews, but it is very predominantly a Jewish country. Yes, 100%.
No, that's forced diversity. Let's not forget. Mainly, it was for the Jews.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
America was not for a specific people. It wasn't.
In the beginning, America was a Christian country, but it was not like directly coming and saying only these kind of people can come. Like everybody who came there.
Yeah, and that's a what do you call it? It's a proto-colonialistic approach.
Yeah. What's the point though?
Israel,
the whole idea of Zionism, I'll help you answer in the question I might be asking. The whole idea of Zionism, it's a Jewish state, 100%. And I have no problem with that.
Yeah. So change Jewish with Islamic. Wouldn't that be a fucking issue?
Islamic will not. Well, first of all, you have already more than 40 Muslim countries. You have.
Listen.
And I will be very honest with you.
It's different than saying that the religion of this country is predominantly Islam,
mm-hmm.
but the governmental system is something else. Something else.
Give me an example of an Islamic governmental system.
Let me speak out of experience. Let's take Algeria for example.
Yeah.
Algeria is predominantly Muslim. We are 99% Muslim, right?
Yeah.
The government isn't an Islamic ethno-imperialistic state. Although it's tyrannical, don't get me wrong, but it's not. It's not religious, right?
No, but I'm not religious. No. Help me understand the point where you're going with this.
Most of what you call Islamic countries were not originally built just for Muslims. They just happen to have Muslims within them already.
Who take control.
They didn't create a Narnia. They didn't create a utopia.
No, but they took control over the government and they're run.
Yeah, same shit with Israel.
But Israel is a democracy.
The plan was clear and good. The plan was
clear. No, but Israel is a democracy. Israel actually
to build a safe haven for Jews. Any people who is prosecuted all across the globe should have a place to stay in. I concede to that. I agree to that.
No, but I'll give you an example with all due respect. Sorry for cutting in. Just listen for a second.
But the government might have been usurped.
Listen for a second.
Do you think that Benjamin Netanyahu, with all of his warmongering cabinet, is a good representative of Israel ideals on the global scale? Do you think that?
It's a very, very big question. It will take a long. I did not vote for Bibi. Wait. I did not vote for Bibi.
Listen, I have no issue with anybody having their own country.
Yeah.
I love nationalism within a moderate mindset is a good thing, but to have a dictator, basically, who does not practice dictatorship upon
Bibi is not a dictator.
He does not practice dictatorship upon Israelis, right?
No, but he's not a dictator. He's like, by definition not a dictator.
Okay, do you believe? Okay, do you think national service is mandatory in Israel, right?
Yeah, for not for everyone, by the way.
Only for those whom are. I was just talking to an Israeli right before he was in the
national service in Israel. The military service is mandatory for Jews.
Above 18 for everybody who's healthy and not
no, actually, that might surprise you. Let me say that. Let me explain to you.
Listen, it's the same reason why I got my leg blown off in Benghazi. Okay, it's the same reason.
In Benghazi, you got it?
I come from it. It's mandatory service. It's fucked up.
Did you say? Sorry, that was in. Did you say in Benghazi that happened?
Me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Was it
2012?
It wasn't related to what happened there with the consul and the Americans, right, in Benghazi?
It was.
Really?
Yes, sir.
That's a crazy story there, right?
Yes, sir. We have helped the Libyan Liberation Army against them in the front line of the what you call the Medina is Hainala or something. The subgroup of those Boko Haram. They had like special forces. I forgot what their names. Fuck them. I don't care. Yeah. We were providing air support and ammunition, technical support, radio, anti-defense systems. Yeah. We have
that was during the attack on the American consul there?
No. No. We didn't join forces. We have had a joint operation with the Blackwater PMC company.
Wow.
Not me, the Algerian military.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question. And someone, by the way, I feel bad that I didn't mention, I'm a streamer and I'm streaming this.
Yeah, sure.
And just because you mingle...
Listen, I hope I can get into trouble for things I was saying, so I would...
I'm not going to clip this.
Okay.
You have my word. I'm respecting this conversation. I'm enjoying it very much. I'm not going to clip this and make it viral.
For any viewers, please, for the safety of me and my family, please do not clip anything.
100%. If you guys heard that, please, yes, 100%. And my viewers here are very respectful. And actually, they're very appreciative of this conversation. I want to ask you a question. How is the life of a retired Algerian soldier and a veteran and a...
It's pretty shit. I'm on painkillers all the time. Yeah.
They don't give medical support for people who got injured during the military, like a life plan, retirement.
Yeah, they do.
And is it enough to live from it, like
here
in Algeria?
It's enough here, yeah.
Would you say, like, what would you say they can improve? Actually, no, you don't have to answer. I was just kind of wondering.
Yeah, sure.
Just wondering, kind of, how is it like? Because I know every country should treat their soldiers.
I think I didn't go on my own will. I was drafted. Basically.
Was it a mandatory draft?
During the national, let's say for example, right now, people who are serving the mandatory national service, right?
Yeah.
If something broke off near the brigade you were assigned in, you will be called upon to defend your country, even on your limited time in the mandatory service, which is now a year. I served 2 years. It used to be 2 years, and they reduced it to 1 year.
So it's based on geographical nearest to the area. So if something happened next to these towns or villages, they will draft the men from these areas.
Because Algeria is pretty huge.
It's pretty what? Huge.
It's pretty huge. Yeah. Yeah.
What's the ages that they will like? Above what age?
35.
Huh?
18 to 35.
So 18 to 35, the government can come and says, leave what you're doing, come with us. Here's the training. Here's the weapon. Go to the qualification, whatever you score.
With a semi-functional AK.
With a semi-functional AK.
Yeah, I didn't even get to hold. I love guns. I didn't even get to. The best weapon I got to shoot is an SVD made in 1989. So. What can I say?
No, I understand. I think guns, I love guns as well. They're fun.
What's your favorite pistol?
Honestly,
9mm.
it's gonna be cliche, but my favorite one is a Glock. Just because I trained with it.
Reliable. And,
It's reliable and it's quick, and it's like the AK-47s of pistols.
I would say so too.
And it's just so easy to handle, so easy to take down, to break, put it back.
Have you worked with the CZs?
Yes, I did.
Yeah,
they have their. You know what was the best advantage about them? When you wanted to break windows.
Yeah, they have a pointy window.
They're made out of metal. They're stronger. They have the pointy you can break. With a Glock, it's like good luck with that. It's like plastic, man.
Yeah, true.
It was plastic there, but
yeah. Points aside, I think all people have goodness within them, and I think that we will all, if we all assimilated to each other's cultures, I think we could all live together. But I think states fuck things up. That's what I'm going to say.
I will agree with you.
The whole point I was trying to raise is that the Israelis have the right to exist. I don't care. I don't care about not giving someone the right to exist. Life is too short for that.
Yeah.
But I think you should do something about your current government.
So here's my answer to that. You know, if you don't mind me sharing, 100% agree.
Yeah.
I think that's why we have elections, and I always hope and pray that the elections will stay as democratic as possible, as free as possible, and I do believe they are. And people should vote. People should be educated. I do think that leaders in Israel should be held accountable for what happened on October 7. That's as an Israeli. And I feel like it cannot be put under the rug and ignored.
I can share a bit of information. You know what a flash operation is, right?
I've heard that. I don't believe that happened. What happened in Israel?
They happen. They really happen.
They happened, and you know they happen around the world.
Not in Israel. Not in Israel.
No, actually, no. Wait a second. It could happen.
Can I pick up, please? Can I have?
Of course, man.
Yeah, sure. Hallo? Listen to some data. Hallo? ندم عليك شباب خير شوية عقدة وعقدين. Hallo? Okay.
My point is there's a lot of easily conspiracy theory that people like to believe because they're cool, they sounds fun, and etc.
Yeah.
The Israeli-Palestine conflict and the conflict of the whole creation of the state of Israel and surviving of it is much deeper than just to say it was a false, flag operation.
Oh, أنا ده بس. Hey. كيفاه؟ هاي ولا سليه؟ ايه صح. Yeah. No. It's the. Let me tell you something. Like the more stop it. Gary, come say hi. Say shalom.
Oh,
say shalom, Gary.
Salam alaikum. A cute cat.
I think I will make him. Do you want to be a Zionist? I'll give him the right to choose.
Let it give him democracy. My point is that
carry on.
My point is that I am not a big fan of governments. I think governments are man-made like anything else. I think governments can have bad people in them and good people in them, can have cowards and can have brave people. What I'm a fan is of the system. And what am I saying in the system? If it's a good system, we all benefit from it. If it's a bad system, we all suffer from it. So when you have a good system, you try to do your best to put the best people in that system. Sometimes you'll be very successful. Sometimes you'll not be very successful. And that's what I would usually advocate. I don't care about this leader or this leader. I don't have a political identity. I'm not going to tell you I'm a diehard Bibi or a diehard Trump. When they do good, I support them. When they do things that are shady, I call it off. And I think that's the beauty, by the way.
Okay. I have a question concerning that. I love the point. What do you think about Saddam Hussein?
Saddam Hussein, I think, was a very evil dictator.
Mm-hmm.
That his family was crazy. Like I've been watching a movie, not a documentary, but his son, how he used to torture people and shoot. He was as well. I think the West misunderstood Saddam Hussein in the Muslim world and thought that if they will take this evil dictator, they will get a better place. But they didn't understand that in some of these culture,
You have to be a dictator.
You have to be a dictator. You have to be a Saddam Hussein. You have to be a Gaddafi. And
know why?
if you will remove them,
He was working basically with ethno-indigenous extremist Islamists.
when you remove them,
Terrorist groups. He basically was putting a halt on the rise of terrorist groups in Iraq and the Middle East.
Saddam Hussein, you mean?
Yes.
Yes, so that's my point, is people in the West were naive to think, he's evil, remove him, guys, hold on.
Yeah.
It's the same thing with Bashar al-Assad, for example. He was a very evil man, but now you remove him, and now you have Al-Qaeda and ISIS roaming freely there. And
the president of Syria used to be... I seen photos with him holding severed heads.
yes, exactly my point. So that's my point exactly, that people in the West...
Before the age of AI, so nobody can tell us, oh, it's AI. And,
I know, I agree with you. That's why I'm saying it's crazy. He was like the top number 5 wanted by America, and now he's like in the White House getting perfumes. And that's why I don't trust governments. That's why if you ask me, I don't trust governments, because I say like
we are finally on the same boat.
No, we are on the same boat. We're just on a fundamentally the definition of things. So what I'm saying is,
yeah, that's the point. That's the issue with the...
There's no utopia. There's no perfect country.
No,
Israel as a country does have a very good system that I believe that is a better system than the countries around.
I conceded to the idea. I believe that any country must. The only way to advance a country is through science.
Yeah. No. I would say science and education.
Yeah.
Germany was very scientific, but the education there was very bad. Back in the morality.
I can see. Yeah. And Israel has the most startups within a country.
It's crazy, yeah. They have a lot.
It's a great thing. Which is by a huge margin. I think 500 startups per year or something like that.
I don't remember the numbers, but yeah, they're like...
Yes, it's a huge number considering like the size and...
Any country, no country comes close to that, yeah.
Yes. They consider also population. So like places like China, they don't have like so many startups. Guess why? Because they're communists.
Yeah.
That's why I fucking hate communism.
Mm-hmm.
Algeria could have been we almost were an Arabized, fully Arab. Do you know anything about what we call him? God damn it! I live in a street named after him. What's his name? Boumediene, right?
No, who is that?
Yes, this guy was the second Algerian president after the liberation.
Okay.
Yeah, and he basically did a coup d'etat to overthrow Chedri. Yeah, and he catapulted us, like industry-wise and agriculture-wise. Education was being brought. He was in good terms with the Cubans, with the Americans. He even made the coalitions with the U.S. to build some roads and schools. We still call them طريق الأمريكان. Some roads were built actually by American. He was going on a good trajectory, and all of the fucking sudden he shifted into being a communist.
Communism messed up the world, man.
Yes, this was in like the 1978. He was trying to be a communist. Why communism is being like? Look, the whole idea of communism is to drain resources from people and give it to the higher ups, then abolish.
Yeah.
That's what Russia did.
I'm going to share with you my conspiracy theory, okay?
Okay.
My conspiracy theory is that communism have realized that the best way today that they can destabilize their greatest enemy, which is the free world democracy, is by radicalizing and using Islam in a way that will make Islam a political weapon that will destroy it from within. Now, who is the biggest loser from that? Islam.
Yeah.
Because Islam now is being manipulated by communism.
100%.
And pushed in the most radical way.
Who created communism, though?
And encouraged, you're going to take it to the Jews. I don't agree about that.
No. I'm just asking.
Who?
Yeah, who?
Who was like the creator of communism?
Not the sole creator. There is no sole creator of anything, right?
Yeah, who created communism then?
Yeah, you tell me.
As far as I can think, like the best example for communism that I have is Russia and China.
Oh, Russia didn't exist. Russia existed as a proto.
I know. I don't think they created it.
The Bolsheviks did.
Yeah, that I heard that.
That's why Hitler attacked them, because he hates Jews.
So Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels are the considered founder of the modern concept of Marxism, published by the Communist Manifesto. Marx later developed the economical political theory, communist types, and etc.
Well,
where were they from?
They were German.
Yeah. Both Germans. So you can come and say Germany created communism.
Not Germany.
Well, it was German people from Germany who made.
No, that's Marxism. Read about the Bolsheviks. Ask it about the Bolsheviks.
Yeah, well, what about the Bolsheviks?
Yeah, the Bolsheviks was the main Zionist move within the Slavic lands, basically.
Yeah. So the Bolshevik was the Russian version of the communism. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Main leader was Lenin.
Yeah, with his book Public Education. Yeah, you can look things up.
No, okay. So are you trying to say that there was a Jews who created communism, or where are you taking this?
You wouldn't find this answer on ChatGPT, frankly, right? We now treat ChatGPT as God.
No. Forget ChatGPT right now. I want to ask you a question, and that's where I think a lot of people do a mistake. No. Stick with me for a second here.
Yes,
and that's
sir.
where people do a mistake, and they narrow it, and they kind of do the opposite of a gotcha moment on historically.
I cannot condense 10 hours of exposure to research.
No, but here's my point. That's where you need to be careful from, and that's my recommendation.
I'm bold, brother. I'm bold. I mean what I say, and I say what I mean.
No, but you don't know what I'm about to say. Oh no! How did that happen? What a shame. I got. What I was about to tell him is this, and I was trying to have a good conversation with the guy because I think, in the end of the day, he's not a bad guy, at least from what I think. I don't agree with most of the things that he said, but he's not a bad guy. He's definitely holding an anti-Semitic ideas. By the way, I can open the mic now for the people on Discord if you guys want to join a little bit and share. He's definitely have. Lola.
Hey.
Hey, how are you?
I'm okay. He has the same talking points that basically you'll hear a lot on TikTok. That always goes to the they'll always go to communism, Marxism, and the
exactly.
Bolshevik.
What I was trying to tell him is I'm not gonna sit here and defend some communist Jews that might have lived back in the days. I'm not gonna stand here and defend. There were Jews who did good stuff. There were Jews who did bad stuff. There were Christians. It's silly. My point is with these people is often they will come and say, yeah, Epstein was a Jew, for example. And I say, you cannot, first of all, say what Epstein did reflect on all the Jews. It's like coming and saying what Epstein did reflects on all the Americans. Epstein was an American as well. And a lot of people, when they come and say, who created communism? It was the Jews. They somehow, now, were there Jewish communists? 100%. Were there Jews who believed in communism? I think still today, there's Jews living in New York who voted Mamdani who believe in communism. So that's what I'm saying is I'm trying to nicely, and I'm learning through these debates, how to do it with people like that, because you have a certain amount of time, but I'm trying nicely to see if I can actually get them to understand that you cannot come and say because there were Jewish people who believed in the concept of communism and maybe were poster boys of it for a certain time, that the Israeli states today is part of that hidden agenda, evil plan that they believe. They connected all together. Israel, then the Bolsheviks, what's his name? Epstein, and now Bibi Netanyahu. It's all one bloodline of Zionism. And that's what I mean is, no, but that's what actually most of them believe.
That's the funny part, because that's what I'm saying. Trying to tie an idea to the ethnicity / religion is just a false one, because if you look at the Bolsheviks or the Jewish Bolsheviks, they actually cut ties with their religious and cultural heritage, and the Soviet regime at the time persecuted Jewish life, and they closed out synagogues, and they outlawed Jewish education. So you can argue that Jews were participating in that, but you cannot argue that the reason that they did it was their Jewish heritage. Like, I can argue that majority of serial killers in America are Christian, but I cannot argue that it's their Christianity that led them then to become serial killers.
It's the same, exactly. It's the same argument.
And they tried. Yeah,
It's
they
the
tried
same
to
argument that
manipulate
you can
that
come and
argument.
say
You know
Hitler.
what? Because it works with Islam, though, Mansoor. It's because it works with Islam. Most Islamic terrorism and crimes are directly related to their religion. I can tie most suicide attacks to Islamic roots.
Yeah.
Their
you
religions.
can come and say
but
this.
It doesn't work the other way around, though. But they try. So.
No, you're actually right. Islam is an exception here because Hitler was a Christian. Does that mean that all Christians are Nazis? No. Epstein was a pervert. Does that mean that all Jews are perverts and a pedophile? No. You know, there were some Jews that were communists. Does that mean that all Jews are communists? No. But what you will find is most Jews today will go against the communist ideology. Most Christians today will go against Nazi ideology. And most people today, Americans and Jews, will go against pedophilia. But most Muslims today will not go against pedophilia, will not go against terrorism, will not go against slavery, will not go against racism, because the difference between these kind of movements that don't represent people is just a preference of an individual. In Islam, it is the religion. So if you call yourself a Muslim, means that you stand behind this. You stand behind slavery, you stand behind pedophilia, you stand behind racism. That's how it is. It's as if you call yourself a Nazi or a communist. If a Jew will stand today and tell me, yes, I'm a communist, and I strongly believe in Lenin and Marxism and whatever, then obviously that Jew is part of that camp. Then, okay, he's part of that. But most Jews today, or most Christians today, will not come and say, I support Nazism or I support communism. And if they do, it doesn't represent the rest. But if you're a Muslim, you are 100% part of that religion. And unless you come and say, I'm not a Muslim, and then usually you will face consequences. So yes, some of them try to hide it. But if you don't say I'm not a Muslim, then you, by default, support underage marriage. By default, support terrorism and the killing of infidels. And the reason for that is because you will always say that Muhammad was the perfect living example of how a human should live. And all these things that I mentioned right now were done by Muhammad. So that's, I think, to your point, that was a good point. I wanna strengthen that point, Lola.
I appreciate it, Mansoor.
Yeah. So guys, by the way, I'm trying to maneuver here between different chats, if you guys want, I am also having this show on Discord, and on Discord, I always try to give in the end of my show to people who want to come, like Laura here, and who want to share stuff and even challenge some of the stuff that I said. And I'm trying to build a healthy, fun community on Discord, and I gotta be saying a lot of credit to Linus and Hendrix here, who are dramatically helping me improve this Discord channel. If you want to see, that's how it looks like. It's called the Ashka Show, and I have some cool places there, like the show here that we have, the Mansoor and Umingle, new videos, call to action, gaming streams, Ashka Show. People have actually came yesterday. I went to sleep at like 2 in the morning because my kid is not here. He's at his grandparents, so that gave me some time. And when I was going to bed, I saw that people were actually streaming games. That made me very happy. And I would love to see people coming here, joining the chats, the communication, the cinema, going in debates and just talking. You can also put things that are related to topics, Iran, Lebanon, Palestine, Narnia, Syria, and all kind of stuff. Or just hang out in some of these rooms and talk about things. So whoever want to join the community is more than welcome. As long as you respect the rules and come. And you can always, like I said, come in the end of the show, and we try to bring people here to discuss some of these things. I'm going to share the link here. Invite to server. And then people are more than welcome to come and join the community on Discord. Anything else you want to share, Lula? By the way, Lola is from Eilat, my hometown.
Sorry, I was trying, but also I was trying to move between the Twitch to here. No, I'm just saying, I feel like most of the arguments that you hear online are kind of the same. And once you kind of learn, quote unquote, their tactics and what they'll say, it's very easy to basically debunk or like send them packing. You did very well. I don't know if it's the first time that you kind of came across them talking about like Marx and Lenin.
First time. Yeah, I've never debated that topic. That's why I didn't want to pretend that I'm coming ready. And I'll add, honestly, maybe others try to do it. My goal is not to debunk them and get the gotcha moment from them. Especially with this guy, I'm genuinely sometimes trying to see if I can reach. There's three goals that I'm trying to get here. One is, I call it feel the water. I really want to feel this eighth front. Most people don't know about this eighth front. And just like when I was in the special forces or in the army, or when I was hiking the world, to know the place, you actually need to go boots on the ground and feel it. Like there's nothing better than actually living there, and not just as a tourist. For example, when I went to Africa, I did not go only once to take pictures of some African kids and come back. I went there, I don't know how many times already. And I've lived there for several months sometimes and worked with the people brick by brick, making a mud house so we can build an orphanage. So I live with the culture. I slept in houses that were made out of mud and cow poop that were all melted and burned together into like bricks, and really to feel the ground. And I have until today real friends from there. In the special forces also, you had to go and physically study the place and train it. So one of my goals, it's a personal goal, is I want to know, like none of my friends hang in Umingle. None of my friends. And for me, it will be impossible to know what's the vibe and the feel in these platforms. None of my friends does game streaming. Some of them play games, but none of them done game streaming. So I'm doing game streaming because I want to learn this world. I want to be able to be a relevant, active voice when that world becomes the next strategical battlefield that will shape our nation. So part of this debate as well is also sometimes trying to understand how they think and what do they say, rather than try to catch a gotcha moment and completely humiliate them. And I'm just bringing you with me on the ride. So whoever want to come and join. So maybe to some people it might be a little bit boring because I'm not trying to like laugh at them. Sometimes I can't resist. I do, but like it's not my goal. and like to go and get some clips out of it. But like, for example, I was talking to the Egyptian with the knife, if you remember it. So a friend of mine, it wasn't even me, made me a reel about it. And I was looking at it, I was like, come on, I've talked about this topic like a million times. Like, okay, but he really liked it. So he made me a reel about it. And I uploaded my Instagram literally as I was going to bed. And now I have 500,000 views. I was like, whoa.
Amazing.
So, yeah. So my point is, it means that 500,000 people have watched a video of me trying to explain to a radical jihadist Muslim history. So there is a win-win in that, for sure. But like my goal was not to get that video. I was not like hoping that I can get a viral video out of it. That's my point.
Absolutely, I agree. I mean, I do this. I've been doing this since I'm 16. I was sent by my school in Eilat. I studied in Rabin, okay, to delegations abroad to teach German youth this topic, and to come back to Israel, and them having that the German youth would go into the West Bank and speak to Palestinian youth as well to hear like both sides of the argument. So I've been doing this well over 20 years now. So I don't, if I wanted to put out information, especially as the war started, I was supporting a lot of Israeli creators, and a lot of them told me, you should be making content. I was like, no, I'm not interested in that. That's not why I'm doing this. I do it solely for the education of it. I feel, and especially, I don't blame a lot of people who grow up in Islamic countries because they literally have different books than we do. They have different history books. They are taught stuff from a different lens and a falsified lens that is very critical towards the West and obviously, of course, Israel. And I don't blame him. Like, I'm very sure that the guy you spoke to before, even though he was listening, which is a huge significance. He wasn't just cussing out and losing his marbles.
Yeah.
Which is a great beginning, in my opinion, to have someone like this to have an actual dialogue with.
But he had an agenda. He had several agendas.
Exactly. And to me, like, just knowing what these people are going to say is more of my way of being like, hey, you're not gonna catch me with my pants down. I'm gonna be able to answer you in an educated way.
I can tell you already, from the first 5 minutes or even few minutes of the talk, I realized his agenda is to not make a fool out of himself. I was a negotiator in the army. We used to do this for a living. That was number one. Number two, he still didn't want to burn his cards and come out as a full-on jihadist, because if he will want to apply one day to the US for a visa and etc., he completely just shot himself in the leg. Number three was to not come out as a racist, jihadist kind of Islamist person and anti-Semite. So you know that but then you ask yourself, if you did not have consequences, will you go on and be a full jihadist, full anti-Semite, full racist? And that's where I think, that's why I say I would not trust him in the conversation, but I will still try to be as respectful as possible in order first to hear what he has to say and also to get things out of him, to get honesty out of him.
I agree. And last, I would say, not to change the topic, but I did see the Lindsay Clancy video you made today.
Yes. What do you think about it?
So important to talk about it, but I don't believe she was in psychosis at all. I think she was way too calculated.
Yeah.
If you read about the case, she was very calculated about figuring which pharmacy the father can go to and choosing the right restaurant that gave her enough time to perform what she performed.
Yeah.
And it's a way too calculated. And again, to then commit the same murder that strangulation takes between 10 to 15 minutes with each child. Again, that's a very calculated move. Maybe you can passionately strangle one of your children, but then I feel like the psychosis would kind of like start to break as soon as your child cries and say, mommy, don't do this.
If you notice, that's what I was trying to be in my video, to cover all these aspects. It's because first time when you see this video, it's the easiest thing to get dragged into the political world and to immediately frame it as woke based, conservative, liberal, Democrats, Republicans, and take it there. And then I pulled back and I said, wait a second, man. So I actually studied psychology. This psychosis is actually a real thing. Very rare, and very, very rarely will end up with strangling 3 of your kids, but it doesn't mean that this can't happen. So then I said, okay, I am not there. I don't know enough what's happening behind the scenes. I don't know enough what the judges are seeing, what the defendant and the accusers are seeing, and what the juries are seeing. I don't know. So it's going to be very easy for me to be manipulated into a very biased point of view. But what I do know is that if she did it, she should burn in hell, rot in hell, and go to jail for the rest of her life. If she didn't do it, then nothing on earth is gonna make her feel bad.
She admitted that she did it. Like, nobody is denying that she did it except TikTok. Like,
no, I'm talking if she did it like on purpose, like consciously, or like lust. So if she murdered her kids consciously, if she did it by mistake because she was in psychosis and then she wakes up about it, guys, come on, she just strangled 3 of her kids. It's unimaginable. And I still think she'd go to jail. But I'm just saying, it's like, she already got the punishment. What really shocked me the most is the response of all the feminists in America, and many of them at least, that are completely okay with granting abortion at the 9th month. Like they're cheering up, you go girl, kill the baby when he's still in the stomach. And now they're celebrating a woman who murdered their kids 8 months and 5 years later. So
Because
that
it's
mentality is a sick
conditional.
mentality, because these kind of women believe that, or at least many of them, that whatever the mother feel is more important than life. And like it's mind-blowing for me, because I grew up in a whole different reality. I grew up and I'm living it as a father, that when you have a child, he becomes more important to you than your own life. And that is in many often biology. I don't know if you guys seen this, like this beautiful video, one of my favorite ones, where you see a deer or a gazelle swimming in the river. There's a baby one and there's a mother. And then you see crocodile start coming at them. And they're trying to swim away. And that's a famous video. And then all of a sudden, the mother gazelle starts swimming towards the crocodile to make him eat her so she can save her child. And that is what I believe is, call it biology, Mother Earth, or God-given genetic kind of coding that we have to protect our children. But I feel like these kind of feminist mentality there, they celebrate the death of children and they will defend a mother that murdered her child. And that is sick in my eyes.
Well, they're not being, feminists championing the women rights of the girl that she murdered, or the girl that is being aborted. Those are the same quote unquote feminists that justified the rapes on October 7th.
Yeah.
So I do believe that the feminist, let's call it the feminist movement, has been hijacked and highly politicized. It's not what it used to be. Because if we're going to champion women's rights, we're going to champion every woman's right, regardless of my positional, my political position. I don't support women's rights until she's an unwanted pregnancy. I don't support women's rights until she's a Jewish woman on October 7th.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, I appreciate it. If anyone else wants to come up, I'm going to go down. And
here, I'm going to show you the video, guys. I'm going to show you the video.
I'd love to.
I'm going to show you the video that I talked about. It's a crazy video. Look at this, guys. So this is like the little gazelle. He's going in the water. And then all of a sudden, you see the mother is running and she's jumping right there to be, and then she stops. You see this? She is placing herself in between herself to her child so the crocodile will eat her. That is what I mean, is like a mother's love for her child. And it should be also a father's love for a child, that you're willing to give him the best, give him what you don't have, and even if needed, sacrifice your life so he can live. And that is what is being robbed today from women in the feminist movement. It's no longer about your family or child. It's all about you, go girl. I'm with you. We're all Cindy, whatever her name. We're all that. So that's like what I found the most shocking about this case. Because the other parts, I don't know. Maybe it was a psychosis, then, you can't really blame her. Maybe she's playing it and it's not true. I hope they can find that. And if yes, she should go to jail and rot in jail.
I think that's what the trial is for. I just think that the trend that's going on right now of mothers posting pictures of themselves, like with their kids, like running around in the backgrounds, like videos or their baby monitors and posting, same Lindsay, is horrendous to me. And I think every mom that does that in her sane and right mind, because not all of them can outclaim psychosis, I think they all should be going under a CPS list and checked highly and severely, because I don't trust what they might do to these children.
Someone
it's
is
very
saying,
unfortunate.
So I agree. Someone is saying, I just want to let you know I'm missing my nap time because of your show. Pass. It's been a long one. Yeah. Hey guys, I just wanted to say thank you to all. I don't know if anyone else want to come and speak here. I saw a comment here from Moonlight Crone. False propaganda is to generalize. All right, here we go. Maybe she can explain it. So, Lola, thank you so much. Hello.
Yeah, hi.
Hello,
Greetings
Moonlight.
from Germany.
Greetings.
So, I'm Lebanese living in Germany, Christian. But
Oh,
to
wow.
tell you the truth, I don't care about religions because religions caused war. So I'm kind of like agnostic. Yeah, I was saying, uh, yeah.
No, I'm with you. Religion is the number one reason for wars in the Middle East and all around the world. So I completely, I'm with you here.
It is ages ago, I mean, since the Sumerians, it's like since ages this way.
Yeah.
Unless we find something that combines us all together. But unfortunately, of course, some religions are very, very strict in their, fanatics. You can't do much about it because they get brainwashed since they're born.
Yeah.
So that's a big problem. We know it all. So what was I saying about propaganda, about feminists? The feminism before is not like the feminism today because before this, because of them, women got to be able to work and everything. We had our rights. We got our rights, But also to generalize things that all feminists are this way or think this way or they don't like children or they want to kill their children. This is also kind of like you can't generalize it.
You're right.
I'm also against, killing a human being. I mean, a soul. But if, let's say, there are also special issues or cases, if the woman got raped, let's say, and she decides she doesn't want the baby, she has to carry the baby 9 months, and I mean, it's her choice in the end, of course, to choose. These are some cases where you can say, okay, yeah, she can do that. In the end, the mother is the one who should choose. Yeah. So this is kind of like a little bit complicated, but we cannot always generalize things, Same thing like with Muslims. Like I know a lot of Muslims that they're really cool. They're very open. You can talk with them about everything. Like we have people. We had Muslims. They were like with us in death rock concerts and metalheads and everything, singing with us on stage, and growling and everything. Nobody believes me when I talk about it, but Liana.
Let's keep it 1-to-1 then and talk about it. First of all, about Muslims, 100% agree. There's some of my best friends are Muslims. Like I some of them in Germany here, I hang quite a lot with at least 1 or 2 of them. They're great. A Muslim as a human being, as an individual, he's a human being just like anyone else. You have good humans, you have bad humans. A Muslim as a religion is a very problematic religion. That's where I stand against. And what happened is, when you get a Muslim that comes and lives with you in Germany or in Switzerland, and he is free from Sharia law and from Islamic culture, they get to express all of a sudden. They go and drink beer with you, they can smoke weed, they can go and dance in a party. They don't practice Islam in the terms of missionary forcing others to join. But what happened is when they become in big numbers, all of a sudden that Muslim, he's literally not living as per the religion. And then he either will risk his life by coming and saying, no, we don't need to force this woman to cover her head. We don't need to force this person to convert or die. And then he will put himself as a target, or he will just close an eye and choose to, you know what, luckily it's not going to happen to me. I'm going to ignore it. And we've seen that happen, in a different example, but that was what happened in Nazi Germany. Not all Germans were actively bashing the heads of babies, of Jewish babies, but many of them realized very fast what's happening, why are all their Jewish friends disappearing, why are they rounding them up, and then it became more and more and more, and many of them actually started knowing what's happening, and most of them chose to not stand with a Jewish friend, not hide, not cover for him, and just, okay, I'm going to stay out of this. So that is, you cannot come and say that all Germans were actively practicing Nazism, but many of them were just kind of bystanders and irrelevant. And that is my point when I come and say that Islam is a problematic religion, because the moment that Islam will become a dominant religion, that's what's going to happen. The bad, crazy ones are going to go full cow poop crazy with their jihadist Sharia, kind of borderline barbaric version of Nazism kind of mentality, and the moderate ones will just be pushed aside and will not say, so that guy that went with you to the party or etc., maybe he's a unique one, but in general, they will probably, in these moments, they will not go and risk their life and go against the wave, the title. And this, you don't have in Islam because it's a totalitarian religion that doesn't let you, to choose freely. You have it more in Christianity and in Judaism because we encourage criticism. You're not killed for criticizing your religion. You're not killed for criticizing your religion. We actually encourage it. So that's about that. Regarding feminism, I always, I like to use the example. My mom is the most amazing feminist I know. But she's like the true feminist. She came from a Druze village. She moved to a Jewish city. She worked in all the jobs that men work. She did not let anyone tell her that she's half the man or she's not capable. She proved herself. She insisted. She raised a family. She loved her family, and she went and she just, she went and worked in construction site. My mom worked in construction site with Palestinians, Arabs, Jews, and Christians, lifting bricks, shoveling cement, just so she can feed her families. And she was not shy and didn't say, I need to stay home and cook. It was not her mentality. But my mom would die for her children. My mom would stand and fight for a woman that will get raped, regardless if she's Jewish or not, or if the man who raped her was a Muslim or not. And that is what I feel, to your point. And yes, often we do that mistake of generalizing in the way that we use words, and it's just how we talk. Like a lot of time you say the Iranians, but you don't mean all of the Iranians. And a lot of time we say feminist, and it's because the voice of feminism today have become much more louder among the radical, crazy feminists, that real feminists like yourself, and I would say more, I'm a feminist. The entire Western civilization, believe it or not, is feminist. Our generation is predominantly feminist. Our generation is the first generation, like I'm talking the last, maybe not just our generation, but the last, let's say 40, 50 years, or 100 years even. No, not 100, but let's say the last 50 years, is the first generation ever to drastically improve the quality of life of women compared to if you look at through the history of mankind. It's insane. For the most majority of the history of mankind, women were the possession of their men and were not allowed, the only way to escape that kind of life was to go and marry another man, and hopefully he will treat you a little bit better than how your family treated you. And often they were even sold. It's still happening in Palestine and many other Muslim countries. I'm sure also in Lebanon, some places where it'll be like a trade-off. I'll give you my daughter and you give me that and I don't know what. And then they'll tell her you belong to them, you don't belong to us anymore. It's not really her right. And if you want to run out, they will kill her or punish her severely. This is happening still in many places, and predominantly mostly in Arab Muslim cultures. But still, all of us here, I would say, in some aspect are feminism, but the term feminism was kidnapped and hijacked by purple-haired, woke, queer weirdos that go and side with jihadists, Islamists, and communists and political agendas over than really siding with women and little girls. And in this case, for example, that we're talking about with this woman, everybody's talking about her. What about the baby that she murdered? She was a girl as well. So the feminists are not saying anything about that. They're only saying about this. It's because they're making it political. Now, maybe she is crazy. Maybe she's not. Maybe she did. Maybe she's not. Let the judge, let the legal system deal with that. But these women that were so fast to raise $1 million and stand in the streets, where were they when they made the law that it's okay to abort a child that is 9 months old? Now, regarding to your point, and I know I'm covering everything here, and you can step in and add, but regarding to the point that you made about some women that got raped, for example, I'm going to be the last one to cast, I'm not going to be the one to cast the first stone. I'm not going to be the one to say it's her body, it's her experience, she went through it, I wasn't there, so I'm not going to sit here and tell her what to do. And I do understand that there is sometimes horrific cases happen to the Druze. The Druze don't talk about it almost in Syria because it's like a big taboo. But there were quite a lot of Druze young girls who had their parents murdered in front of their eyes by these Syrian, army or just, their Bedouin neighbors. And then they behead their parents in front of them. And then they raped them. And then they left them there. And now they're pregnant. So I'm not going to go and tell this 12, 13-year-old girl, keep that baby. It's crazy. But if she chooses to do it, that's up to her. If she chooses to do that, that's up to her. I'm not going to be the one to come and tell her what to do with her body. But what I would say, if she did, and that's where it gets controversial, maybe what I'm about to say right now, but I stand behind it. If, let's say, she did decide to keep that baby, and at the 8th month, all of a sudden, she chooses to go and do an abortion, I will actually stand there if I'm a relative and tell her, I don't agree with what you're doing. It's right now a full-grown, developed human being in your stomach, and what his crazy father did is not his problem. You're going to kill him right now. That's where I will draw the line. So I think there is some kind of a morality line where you draw at a certain development of the feces there, where you can come and say, okay, that's like, you can come and argue the sperm met the egg, they met, is it stop it now, is that a murder, or if you stop it after 7 months or not? So that's kind of, you know, if I'm just being honest and sharing my point here about that.
Oh, what about if she's traumatized and she doesn't know what's wrong with her, and that's why she waited too long? But I'm also, your opinion. I
would say to that case, to that answer.
Yeah,
Sorry, to that. First of all, this is a very rare case. Sorry for cutting in. Like usually, most of the time, it's not the case of abortion. Most, like I would say, 99.9% of abortion is not that case. But if that would have been the case, I would say if she waited until 8 months, I would say deliver it. Give it to an adoption family. Give it to an adoption family or something, but don't murder it. It's life. You're murdering right now. That's what I would say. But again, I'm not going to force her.
Yeah, okay, I got your point, but you know, I just told you I'm from Berlin. Germany is also suffering from those issues after we got the refugees since 2015, and we notice what is here happening, and a lot of Germans don't want to stay here; they just want to leave the country. This is happening at the moment, and of course also with some Jews, because they are scared from such people, and they also are leaving. But as well, Germans as well, they don't want to stay here. And if this goes on, I'm going to go back to Lebanon, because Lebanon is more free. I mean, I've never seen such things in Lebanon my whole life. People running with knives, chopping, and you know what I mean. I've never seen my whole life such thing in Lebanon, because Lebanon is so, you know, women's rights in Lebanon are even more important than men's rights. The woman has to stay in Lebanon. I mean, the man in Lebanon is like, I don't know, it's like he does everything the woman wants. That's why this is what different. That's the difference between Arab countries and Lebanon. And here's kind of different. It's like very patriotic as well, you know.
They're
like, the man has what to say, you know. Also in Germany, also Germans, yeah.
They became so liberal that they're actually shooting themselves in the leg. I feel the same when it comes to like as a non-Jew, as a minority, as a Druze. I am safer in Israel than here in Germany, because in Israel, if a jihadist will go and start walking around looking for me, or shouting Takbir, Takbir, Allahu Akbar, the moment that he will pull a knife, or he will show the intent to go and hurt, he will be down, he will be beaten up, handcuffed, or probably full of bullets. It's so fast.
You're not allowed to do such things here. Because,
you're not allowed to threaten, you're not allowed to want to murder. Yeah, here
you are guilty if you do such things. I mean, if you fight, okay, we have a lot of rules in Germany, and certain things you can't do. You get really, I mean, a big fee, or you go to jail for it or something. It's really crazy. And about feminism, by the way, I'm not a feminist. I'm for human rights. I don't care if it's a man or a woman.
I agree.
I'm just for human rights, whatever the gender, you know. So yeah, I think I made up my point here. Well, I hope we'll have peace around the world. Not
Inshallah.
Only Palestine. Palestine and other countries are also war. Nobody talks about in Somalia, Africa. Look at South Africa. Nobody, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, and you know, religions, Muslims and Christians. We have also fanatic Christians. I've seen also a lot of very bad things from priests. You know, if Catholics or Orthodox, I mean, the pedophilism, yeah, came from them actually, the priests. You know, because they're forbidden or whatever. That came from them. Not only Muslims, you know, like. You know what I mean, Aisha and stuff, but the Christians, that comes also from them. A lot of priests try to, kiddies at school. We had like friends that they witnessed that. A friend of mine witnessed our priest in a classroom had to him. He was 11 years old or 12.
Yeah.
He saw that, a priest.
No, you're talking right now about humans. Humans are all the same, and you have good humans, you have bad humans.
Exactly.
But that's what I said also when I was talking to this guy. I'm more focused on the systems. What are the systems? And I do believe that the democratical systems are good systems. I believe that the Christian and Jewish systems are relatively way better systems than the Islamic systems, for example. You have bad people on both sides. But I do believe that the Western civilization, when you think about what is Western civilization, like if I need to summarize it in like a sentence, I would say like Greek philosophy, Roman law, and Judeo-Christian values. That's like, if you summarize it very, very shortly into one punch. That system, I'm very thankful because that system gave me and you the right to be who we are unapologetically and to try to live as we want. Now, you can only practice that today when you think about it in countries that adopted these kind of mentalities, the Greek, Roman, Christian, Judeo kind of values. That's the only ones. You can't practice that in Muslim countries. Lebanon was a Christian country. And in Lebanon, it was built on a lot of Christian values, and it was influenced very much.
A Christian country. The president is Christian, by the way.
It is. You're 100% right. The reason I say was is because the main forces right now that are the strongest forces in Lebanon, unfortunately, are not the Christians. It's the Iranians and the Hezbollah, which are Shia Muslims.
Yeah, Hezbollah for us are not Lebanese. I mean, we don't see them as Lebanese people. We want them out.
Yeah, you want them out. And let's say like this, if you would have left Israel out of the picture and not weaken Iran, in 50 years from now, Lebanon would have become the same like Iran, and the Christians in Lebanon would be like the Persians in Iran. You'll see brave women in Lebanon protesting in the streets and being shot and kidnapped to Sharia schools, Sharia reprogramming centers. You'll see hanging in the streets for people because Islam, radical Islam, is working relentlessly in making Lebanon same thing like they did to Iran. So that's my point. That's why when I say was Christian, it's not governed and run today as per Christian country. It's right now in the most crucial time of struggling. Will Lebanon emerge Christian out of this as a Christian nation, or will it emerge Muslim, or will it emerge a country torn by this battle of civilization? Because let's be honest, people ignore that. Islam is still at war with Western civilization. They never stopped that war. And when I say war, it's very clear. They want to convert the world to Islam. And
don't forget France. France saved us before. I mean, we got our independence because of France.
France saved you, but what is France now? Yeah. France can't save themselves now.
It's shithole.
It's shithole. Yeah. So Lebanon is screwed right now. And with all like, I'm not asking Lebanese to love Israel, but I'm asking that they will recognize that right now the best ally they have that might actually be able to save them is Israel. You can't save someone who doesn't want to save himself. And because Israel does have the same incentive like Lebanon. Israel want to live in peace with Lebanon. Israel doesn't hate the Christians in Lebanon. Israel doesn't hate anyone in Lebanon in general. They just hate the ones who want to kill them. And
the only thing that bothered me, I lived civil war and the war with Israel, and when I was younger, that Israel bombed up a lot of Christian areas, and that was for us a little bit, sad that we had this. And a lot of people maybe hate Israel, also some Christians, not all of them, of course, because most Christians are with Israel.
Yeah.
This will stay in their minds. That was really horrible.
Yeah. Listen, I don't know the small blueprints details here of what happened. I do know that at least most of the time, by far, Israel did not target Christians or did not aim at Christians, and it could have been either because it was a miscommunication, a mistake that happened to war, or because Hezbollah and other Palestinian Islamists were actually hiding in these villages and were making them a battlefield, which is a very known tactic that they do it. These things, to be honest with you, because I came from that side of the army where I was on the side that knew things. Now I'm on the side like all of you guys. I don't have the full picture, but I used to be on the side that actually I was exposed to the picture, which the civilians were not exposed to. Most of the time when we fought radical jihadist Muslims, and we fought them in places that were not like, you know, predominantly Muslim kind of areas, the 99% of the population in that town or that village had no idea what happened right now. Had no idea that a team of commando special forces just went in the middle of the night and just raided their town and picked up an Islamist terrorist that could have been even a school teacher that they respected, and everybody thought he's a nice guy, but we knew what he was doing, and he had, like, you know, tortured people, killed people, murdered people, raped people. And we would go and pick him up and take him, and if this will happen without gunfire being shot, no one would even know about it. And if this will get complicated, then all of a sudden this becomes a war zone. And if this becomes a war zone, all of a sudden can be an evacuation war zone. If it becomes an evacuation war zone, now you're trying to evacuate a team of special forces from your country, from a hostile place, and you might end up having a missile or some kind of an Apache pilot that will shoot a missile into a building, and hopefully in this fog of war and this madness, he will hit only that target, but sometimes it could happen that he can hit the target and another house will explode, or even he will hit another house because it was a mis-targeting, because someone who was, you know, shaking lasered the wrong building, or a lot of things happen. So what will happen is the average civilian citizen will wake up in the morning to a tragic, traumatic event of a war zone experience in his town, and maybe even casualties, but he will never have the full picture. Most likely, never have. And
Unfortunately,
then, and then he will build some kind of a prejudice that will be easily manipulated by people who want to make them hate. So someone like that, it's going to be very easy for people to come to him. You see, that's the Jews, the Zionists, what they did. And from what he can see, they're 100% right. The Jews came, he just woke up and boom, the building blew up and his little sister died or something like that. That person, I will never hold it against him. He's going to grow up hating Israel. Nothing what I can do. If I was him, I would probably grow up hating Israel. Someone just murdered my kid or my sister, you know, so that's what I mean. It's the tragedy of war that happened, and it's the personal aspect. But when it comes to the big picture, Israel never considered the Christians in Lebanon as their enemies. By far, most Israelis love the Christians in Lebanon and can't wait to be actually, you know, go and visit them. We grew up looking at you guys and like being amazed, like, wow, they're so modern, these guys. Like, our neighbors here are practically more modern than the Europeans, but we can't reach to them. Like, you know, so we grew up having a lot of respect to our Christian neighbors in Lebanon. But with that said, our countries have been in war for so long that I can completely understand, and I'm not going to hold it against anyone that will come and tell me I'm not 100% agreeing with everything that Israel did. 100%. I don't 100% agree, and I'm an Israeli, with everything that Israel does. So that's complete fair criticism. That's all I wanted to say about that.
Let us hope that the borders get open and we could visit each other. The first Israelis I met are in Germany. They're musicians, and I was like, wow, I met an Israeli, and I could not, you know, it was amazing. We did music together and everything. It was such a great time with them.
Wow.
I just hope. Thank you so much.
Inshallah, in our lifetime. And people are saying comments here, beer in Tel Aviv. Inshallah, you guys can come to have a beer in Tel Aviv, and we can go to Beirut and have a beer and coffee with you guys. Inshallah. All right, thank you. Okay.
I thank you too. I will stay here.
Okay, thank you. All right, guys, if anyone else want to come in, you're more than welcome. If not, I'm going to wrap the show because we have here Pass 15915S who missed his nap time because the show was so fascinating, which is a good thing. I also want to welcome Rita Krauser for becoming a Chickpea member. Whoa, that's cool. That's really cool. You guys can support my work, by the way, on the channel by becoming a member. And there's different tiers. And it's a monthly base. And also you can go to my Patreon and choose to support the work that I'm doing also by becoming a member. And it can start from $3 a month to $5, $10, etc. It used to be weird for me when I watched content creators say that, but I'm telling you right now, as a content creator, it's important. It's important. YouTube does not pay us well enough, and all the others, like, we're not getting $7,000 from Bibi Netanyahu or the government. And I know personally that I will continue doing this regardless if I'm getting paid or not, because I see this as a personal calling to stand on the values that we're standing on. So for me, this is like the way that I can make the world a better place, one video at a time, for my kid and for your kids and for our civilizations. But if you want to help support, this is a great way to come and help support by going to Patreon or the members here or any other way. So guys, thank you so much. God bless. Enjoy your nap. Pass 5-9 I5S. And I want to thank also Moonlight and Lola and anyone that came here, and Linus and Hendrix for being behind the scenes here and making the show happen and telling me when the video was completely muted almost. So thank you guys. God bless. Stay safe. Don't do anything stupid, and see you next time. And for the people who are going to play games, my kid is still not back home, so I might go on Arc Raiders, Helldivers. Might go on Helldivers later on after I take a break.